Sorry, sir, to interrupt. Can you please help us with sound, please? Because we can't hear nothing.
Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister, we are attending to this technical glitch. We are getting a technician to come and assist us.
All right, okay, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Well, it seems the problem has slightly been solved, so we may continue. I was saying that I was greeting honorable members, representatives of government departments, beneficiaries and petitioners, leaders from organized agriculture, strategic partners, civil society organizations, researchers, experts, and all distinguished guests. We gather here today because of a petition from representatives of members and former members of equity schemes across the country. The petition highlighted their live experience and actually raised very difficult questions that cannot be ignored and whose answers cannot be postponed. Over the past months, this committee undertook an extensive oversight process, engaging directly with beneficiaries, communities, trust, strategic partners, government institutions, and other stakeholders. We listened, or we listed carefully. We listened carefully to testimonials from the Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and Northern Cape. What we heard was both concerning and sobering. For many beneficiaries, the promise of empowerment has not always transferred to meaningful ownership. The promise of participation has not always transferred into influence. The promise of transparency has not always transferred into accountability. The promise of transformation has not always transferred to economic inclusion. As leaders and stakeholders, we must be honest to acknowledge the sustainable transformation, that sustainable transformation cannot be meaningful or be measured simply by the number of schemes established, the hectares transferred, or the funds invested. The true measure of transformation is whether beneficiaries have real gain. Does it impact on their daily lives? Real ownership, real opportunities, and a meaningful voice in decisions affecting their futures. Today's dialogue, therefore, cannot become an exercise in defending positions, protecting institutional reputations, or assigning blame. It must be an exercise in collective problem solving. We must ask difficult questions. Have farm equity schemes delivered the empowerment outcomes they were intended to achieve? The beneficiaries, genuine partners in these, are the beneficiaries genuine partners in these enterprises, or they are just mere passive observers? What explains the recurring concern regarding governance failures and financial transparency? Why have skills transfer and leadership development often fallen short of expectations? Most importantly, what must change to ensure that future generations inherit not dispute and disappointed, but those viable assets and opportunities? These are not questions for Parliament alone. They are questions for even institutions represented in this room. At this stage, we know what has actually gone wrong with farmers' equity schemes, and the challenges before us are complex, but they are not insurmountable. The challenge is to collectively actually imagine and build what is right. We need solutions that are practical, measurable, and sustainable. The beneficiaries of these schemes are not looking for another report. They are looking for meaningful change. History will not judge us by the quality of our discussion alone. It will judge us by whether or not our deliberations produce practical actions that actually result. Are we done? Well, I was saying that history will not judge us by the quality of our discussion alone. It will judge us by whether our deliberations produce practical actions that restore the confidence, strengthen accountability, enhance beneficiary ownership, and contribute to sustainable agricultural transformation. I thank you and look forward to a robust and constructive engagement. I must apologize, the light is too strong for me. Yeah. Thank you, honorable members. Can we then look at our next item on the agenda, the adoption of the third term program? So I'm being advised that we can actually deal with this item later. At the moment, we are going to be getting presentations from some of the people who are here. We have Mr. Makakamela, who is ready to actually give us his presentation. Is he in the room? But where? Mr. Makakamela? Is he on visual platform? He's on virtual. Mr. Makakamela, please be online so that you do your presentation. Well, if we can't raise him in the interest of saving time, we would move on to the next one. The next one would be the briefing by the petitioners, the LRC. I hope they are here. Okay.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Okay, honorable member.
Chair, I had, good morning, everyone. I had listened to apologies presented by the committee secretary. And I somewhat think that it will be inappropriate of us.
Hello? Can you hear Mr. Makakamela now?
Mr. Makakamela, will you please?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me? Hello? I knew it was going to be.
Technology is actually really failing us today.
Yeah.
Just telling you when you're ready.
May I please ask members who are on visual platform to mute so that we can actually proceed here. LRC, I hope you'll be able to proceed. Oh, why do I keep on forgetting Honorable Nana on the floor?
I know, Chair, you don't like me. Thanks once again, Chairman. I was saying, I'm sitting here thinking, Mr. Ben presented a number of apologies. And we haven't had an opportunity to actually engage with these apologies. Chair doesn't need to be reminded that invitations were issued out to important role players in this matter. And for various reasons, people have not pitched. So I do think that it will be inappropriate of us as the committee not to spend some time engaging with these apologies. Otherwise, it could easily border on some role players undermining Parliament. And yeah, Chair, my sense is that I think for us just to run through and go to presentations without having had an opportunity to speak to these apologies could lead us to where we don't want to end up. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Honorable Nana. There is a proposal by Honorable Nana that we actually engage these apologies before we proceed with our items on the agenda. I would actually like to know how honorable members feel about that. Or some of these apologies really borders on, undermining the authority of Parliament. Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I totally agree with Honorable Nana for us to engage in that. And also, I think I communicated this with our secretary that we are at the stage where we needed to engage with the other parties and also to go in depth with the protectors of all the equity schemes that were implemented to make sure that we get the information, we get the original information about those equity schemes, what was in the agreements of those equity schemes, because the engagement with the beneficiaries is repeated of it, everything that has happened as we engage with them. Now, if we have to do justice to this petition is if that other parties that all have sent their apologies to be here to can hear their part. But I tend to believe that today we have the protectors that can give us the details of the what was originally in there. And as they were given the responsibility of monitoring also to look at the agreements as they are being implemented, they will give us the indication of the relationship they do have also with the other parties that have apologized today. Maybe that will be the way forward for today, but a huge concern is the apologies that we have received and the idea of how can we move forward to make sure we engage with them. Protectors have also have to help us, because my understanding is that it must be they're engaging with them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maseko. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And once again, I know it's sometime that I couldn't be here, but I'm back, and I really feel that speaking to the same people over and over again can't do justice to what we want to achieve. I think we even went out when we were on our visit, we really didn't get the kind of satisfaction out of the engagement that we would have loved to have. And it's clear that those parties that were the ones that proposed to these beneficiaries, that they become partners, clearly didn't have the same objective as the one that our beneficiaries thought that they had in mind. So I would actually propose that those that have sent us this frivolous apologies should be summoned formally to appear in front of this committee. Parliament can't be undermined the way they are undermining us now. And if we are representing the people, it's time that we put our foot down. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, honorable members. Yeah, there is a feeling, a very strong one, that we need to actually employ some measures to actually ensure that these people come and appear before us, and that we should not fail to stamp our authority as Parliament, because we've done everything that is prescribed by the law to actually meet with them. We went out, and I don't want to say that they really showed the kind of attitude that did not actually help us achieve our objectives. Now that we are actually creating this platform again, for them to come and talk to us, they are almost showing us the middle finger. We really need to then stamp our authority. And actually, I fully agree with the sentiments expressed by honorable members that we need to summon them. And if judging by the last apology that was made, it was almost saying that back to us to back off, as if we are interfering in their fiefdoms. And we cannot allow that to happen, because a lot of money, public money, was invested in these schemes. And we want to ensure that our people, get, the money's worth that that this Parliament, adopted to be actually spent on equity schemes. So I want to agree with the sentiments of the committee that we really need to summon them. Okay, thanks. Yes, Honorable Nano.
Maybe, Chair, before you go off this topic, can I check with the support staff? When were invitations sent to the people that ultimately submitted apologies?
You're still checking?
Yes, Chair,
Honorable
I'm
Member.
patient. I thought, Chair, you will give a special warm welcome to the evidence leaders at the back. Remember, we said in the Eastern Cape, there'll be evidence leaders when there's a commission on land. The two ladies at the back.
Yeah, I too can recognize that. Yeah.
Good mornings, honorable members. Chair, all these dates, they vary, Chair. Some invitations were sent on the 25th, some on the 26th, and maybe the last one would be on the 27th of July. But another thing, Chair, that the committee must also note, you must remember when we went to the Eastern Cape, we were given numbers at that farm where they said we can't come in. I contacted them and then they just refused. And then I sent a letter. After sending the letter, it was a runaround. And then after that, they told me that they won't attend the meeting. And in most of the on the contact list, some of the equity partners, Chair, some when I call, they would say, I'm going to block your number. Please leave me alone. And then others didn't even acknowledge the receipt of the email. I would send a reminder to say, but I just want an indication of attendance. Still nothing will happen, Chairperson. So it was also beyond our control, Chair. But the letters were sent on time and some were not acknowledged. And there were those equity partners who indicated that they're not gonna come, but they will just finish us with a presentation, Chair. So that's it from my side, Chairperson. Thank you.
Well, I think it sums up the kind of attitude that is out there with the equity scheme partners, the commercial farmers. So I think we need to actually tighten our control over this. We can't have equity partners not wanting to play their part, and we not doing anything about that. We will be failing our own people. So I think that we will discuss as a committee how we deal with that going forward. Okay. Honorable Nana, are you done?
You see, Chair, my issue here is that almost, or shall I say, the majority of the petitioners in this room today who have listened to their stories before. And I wouldn't want to be party to an exercise that wastes people's time, raise expectations that will come to nil at the end. The ladies that I referred to as evidence leaders will probably present today. And I can pretty much predict what they'll be presenting to us, because they've said it to us before. And really my issue is the structure of this agenda. I know I did support its adoption. I don't know how else to put it, Chair, but I'm trying to. I hope I'm clear. And maybe the committee should decide on how to handle this. Thanks.
Well, thanks, Honorable Nana. As you will recall, Honorable Nana and members of this committee, we went out to meet the petitioners, and indeed we did meet with them out there. In fact, they are here as observers. they are not going to participate in the discussion because we have actually, visited them in their own respective areas. So it would be a repetition if we were to open an opportunity for them to say what we heard when we were out there. However, what is going to be happening today, we have organizations like the LRC and AFASA and others that are actually going to be sharing with us their views, their comments. I mean, they'll make comments and also make recommendations on the way forward, because we do need that kind of, perspective from them, so that we are actually able to adequately address the concerns of the petitioners as contained in the petition itself. So as a way forward, we are actually going to be listening to the presentations made by these organizations, so that we are all in one in terms of what the way forward should be. Otherwise, the petitioners are here just as observers. Thank you, Honorable Nana. I'm not sure whether it covers you. Thank you. Shall we proceed and ask the LRC to make their own presentation?
Thank you, Chair. So it's the petitioners are the LRC Surplus People Project and Support Center for Land Change. We're gonna do a tandem. So I will start with the first few slides, and then Siphosihle will continue with the last slides. Thank you for the opportunity. For others in the room, this process of Farmworker Equity Scheme comes on for almost 20 years. And as an organization, we've been there trying to raise this issue. And then last year, we submitted a petition to the Speaker of Parliament and then appeared before this committee in November last year. And then we went with the committee out to site visits across the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape. And we want to thank you for asking us and giving us the opportunity to present some of what we've seen with you in the field, and then also to put together a few recommendations that we have gathered from our experience over the last number of years and our conversations with beneficiaries. So as organizations, we've been in the field, we've been on the ground, we've heard beneficiaries, we've taken what they've said together, and we brought it to this process. I'm sharing from my, I'll share from my side, please. Okay. Okay, I'll jump straight into the presentation. So we want to touch on what the petition and oversight visits established. For us, as the organizations and the beneficiaries that were there, the process confirmed that the concerns raised in the 2025 petition are systemic and require corrective action. A few points. Beneficiaries we've established and confirmed have received little or no meaningful financial benefit. For some, dividends have been absent, irregular, and worth less than what the original public investment was on their behalf. Beneficiaries have also been excluded from governance, financial information, and decision-making. Even their rights after their retirement or retrenchment or resignation or death remain uncertain. in addition to that, their tenure security is still very tenuous. Some have lost and has been evicted, despite that they are beneficiaries within an ownership scheme on particular farms. We've also, what's been confirmed to us, that the department has also failed to provide sustained monitoring, oversight, and remedial intervention. So this first slide is really the petition 2025, the oversight visits in 2026, and then our presentation around corrective actions and a call for redress. So our core ask is for a national corrective action plan. We're asking Parliament that it be time-bound, independently assessed, and beneficiary-centered, that leads to accountability and redress. So that is what we'll cover in the rest of this slide, a call for time-bound, independently assessed, and beneficiary-centered process that leads to people being held accountable and redress for those who have been shortchanged. So we'll cover these 4 elements: independent review of every scheme, determine appropriate redress, investigate wrongdoing and secure records, implement and then report to Parliament, implement the recommendations. Independent review of every scheme, we recommend that the committee require the department to appoint an independent external service provider to assess every scheme across the following 5 areas: their legal and operational status, whether the trust, cooperative, and farming enterprise still exist, are they operating lawfully, have they been sold, leased, dissolved, or abandoned, what's the status, governance and oversight, who the trustees, directors, and protectors are, whether they were properly appointed, and whether oversight duties have been exercised. Thirdly, financial position and public investment. The state funding received, what was that originally? What's the current assets today? What's the liabilities? Getting the financial statements, bank records, dividends, and changes in ownership. What we saw on the site visits, where some farming enterprises sent delegates, they committed and Parliament asked them to submit financial records. I don't know if any of them have, but our request to Parliament is that Parliament should still require these financial records against the public investment and how that money has grown or that business. Number 4, beneficiary rights and records. The verified beneficiary register, including former beneficiaries and heirs, and what happened to interest after resignation, dismissal, retirement, or death. Because we also saw that some of the farming enterprises reported to us that people have resigned, but we need to see those records and verify those. Yeah. And number 5, compliance, disputes, and possible wrongdoing. So whether meetings, reporting, and fiduciary duties were complied with, and whether complaints, irregularities, or unlawful conduct require investigation. So there's still a twofold, a call for an investigation, and if there's wrongdoing, that people are kept to book, and then redress to beneficiaries directed by Parliament. And I'll hand over to Super Ciesley from the LRC. I'm Brian Adams from Surplus People Project.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to my colleague, Brian Adams, for outlining the findings from the petition, the oversight process, which clearly demonstrate why corrective action is now necessary. My name is Sipesihle Mguga, and I'm an attorney from the Legal Resources Center. So a key lesson from this process, right, is that beneficiaries have repeatedly been excluded from decisions made in their name. That cannot continue. Beneficiaries must have formal, funded mechanisms to participate throughout the review and redress process. So the solution should not be imposed uniformly from Pretoria, for example. different schemes require different remedies, and beneficiaries themselves must help determine what these outcomes look like. So the process, we believe, must also provide certainty about the rights after retirement, retrenchment, resignation, or death, establish fair exit mechanisms, and also protect beneficiaries and their families from eviction while the review is underway. Now, redress should be done with beneficiaries, not for them. I'd like to emphasize that part, that redress should be done with the beneficiaries, not for them. So a crucial point regarding redress for the beneficiaries is that redress should do more than just acknowledge that something went wrong. It should restore, as far as possible, the value and the purpose of the public investment that was made in the beneficiary's name. Because I'd like to remind the people here today that over 700 million has been invested in these schemes. So that's what we're saying, is that as far as possible, the value and purpose of the public investment that was made in the beneficiary's name, it must be restored as far as possible. Next slide, Brian. So the purpose of redress is not simply to acknowledge past failures. It is to restore the value of that public investment that it was intended to create. As a minimum, compensation should reflect the inflation-adjusted value of the original public grant, where beneficiaries have lost that value. Where enterprises remain viable, beneficiaries should receive their fair share of the growth in those assets. Where schemes have collapsed or are no longer in existence, the department should compensate affected beneficiaries directly. And then, depending on the circumstances, remedies may include compensation, restructuring, land or asset transfers, or recovery of beneficiary interests. And where future ownership models are developed, they should prioritize meaningful ownership and secure land rights rather than symbolic minority shareholding. So this is one of the biggest differences that we noted between the schemes in the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape, is that a number of beneficiaries in the Eastern Cape, at least they owned shares in the land and not just the business. But what we found in Cape Town, or rather in the Western Cape, is that the majority of beneficiaries only own shares in the business enterprise and not in the land. And that's why we're saying that we should prioritize meaningful ownership and security of land rights, because we're seeing that people are continuing, or rather farm owners are continuing with evictions because people don't have secure land tenure. So now I'm going to move on to accountability, records, and forensic action. Brian, okay. So corrective action also requires accountability. The department should immediately secure all key records, including trust deeds, beneficiary registers, financial statements, bank records, and ownership documentation. Beneficiaries should have access to records affecting their own rights. You cannot be recorded as a shareholder or as a beneficiary without having access to the documents of that enterprise. Independent financial audits and forensic investigations should be commissioned wherever irregularities are identified. Those investigations should examine the use of public funds, changes in ownership, disposal of assets, dividends payments, and beneficiaries' exits. So where trust structures remain, independent oversight should be strengthened through trust protectors or equivalent mechanisms. Because again, the one thing that came out and was very clear during the oversight visits is that when we were perusing the trust deeds, we found that there is a party in the trust deed called the protector that is supposed to be a person within the department, right? that person, as the protector, was supposed to have oversight of how the trust is administered. But what we found is that that role was never fulfilled, in that the department had no oversight. They left the beneficiaries on their own to handle like a relationship with the farm owners. There was no oversight from the department at all. And that's why we are here today. And we're saying that where evidence of unlawful conduct emerges, it should be referred to the appropriate authorities. And then lastly, a time-bound departmental implementation plan. So we believe that the committee's recommendations should lead to implementation, not simply another report. The department should formally respond to the committee's findings and designate a senior official or a dedicated unit to lead this corrective action process. It should publish a clear implementation plan, and it's important that this implementation plan has deadlines, measurable actions, budgets, and responsible officials. We want this because we know that if an intervention does not have timelines or it's not budgeted for, it's not going to happen. So we need to make sure that we have deadlines, measurable actions, and budgets. Beneficiaries and petitioning organizations should continue to participate throughout the implementation process. Progress should be reported publicly to the committee on a regular basis, with parliamentary oversight continuing until the agreed corrective measures have been completed. So in closing, our request to the committee today is quite clear. The oversight process has established the nature of the problem. So we believe that the next step from today onwards is it must be action. So we ask the committee to direct the department to develop and fund a national farm worker equity scheme correction action plan, require an independent review of every single scheme that has ever been established, ensure the scheme-specific redress is developed together with affected beneficiaries, support targeted audits, forensic investigations, and referrals where wrongdoing has been identified, require commercial partners and other responsible stakeholders to account before the committee where appropriate, and then finally, maintain parliamentary oversight through regular public reporting until corrective action has been completed. The petition has identified the problems. The oversight visits have confirmed them. What is needed now is implementation that delivers accountability, justice, and meaningful redress for the beneficiaries. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, LRC. We are going to take one more presentation before I allow members to actually make their own comments and make their views, express their views on the presentations. Can we go back to Mr. Makakamela, if he is still online?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. It's Sabelo Makakamela speaking. I am the chairman of the Grasslands Development Trust. I've been asked to do a brief presentation of our trust. All right, so Grasslands Development Trust was founded by Mr. Trevor Elliott in 2004. So I believe it was one of the first projects to be done. And initially, we had 49 beneficiaries. They were all employees of Grasslands. That was in 2004, 49 beneficiaries, and currently we have 33 beneficiaries that include the retired people. The trustees are selected from the beneficiaries and then the chairman of the trust is elected by the trustees. And then there's one independent trustee. Okay, Spoonfunding Dairy Farm is the farm that was acquired for this project. It's a large commercial farm, dairy farm based in Tsitsikamma. It's about 485 hectares with 128 hectares of irrigation and a 48.8 swing over milking machine. On the farm, we're milking about 1,000 to 1,100 Jersey and Frise crossbred cows. We milk them twice a day. We produce about 6 million liters a year. Grasslands Development Trust. The Grasslands Development Trust entered into a share milking agreement with Grasslands Agriculture. The initial agreement was 10 years, from 2004 to 2014. And then we extended the agreement with another 5 years, from 2015 to 2019. Again, another extension for 5 years, 2019 to 24. And currently we are on another 5-year extension up until 2029. The funding model of the project, the purchase price funding of the whole thing was 7.6 million. And then the 3.2 million of that was a grant from the Department of Land Affairs. And then we had to get a loan from Standard Bank, which was 4.4 million. And then the infrastructure was funded. We had a grant from the Eastern Cape Department of Agriculture, which was 1.2 million. And then we had another loan from the Standard Bank, which was 1.6. So the total grant that we got from the department was 4.4 million, which is the 3.2 from the Department of Land Affairs, and the 1.2 from the Department of Agriculture, Eastern Cape. Our operating model, we adopted the share milking scheme, which is based from used land. The landowner in this case is Grasslands Development Trust, which is the trust. So we provide the land that was bought by through the grants and what from department. And then the share milker, which is Grasslands now, the partner, they provide management, livestock, movable, and all the labor. The share milking agreement is designed to deliver equitable returns on capital to both the landowner and the share milker. The relative capital contribution of the share milking scheme. So you have your landowner, which is the trust, the Grasslands Development Trust, which is 100% BEE, which is us. Black people, we own the land 100%. And then you have your share milker, who provides livestock, movable assets, labor, and management experience. So it works more like 60-40% of the assets. The profit share structure, the milk income is shared in half, but then the landowner, which is the trust, we pay for all the infrastructure, the stuff that is on the land. That is your fences, your poles, your buildings, and pasture renovations, fertilizer. And then the share milker, which is Grasslands, they pay for all the labor, stock health, breeding, maintenance of movables. And then it works out that because you only initially build the land by buildings and the fences and stuff once, you just maintain. So the cost to maintain is not that much, and compared to the cost of livestock and breeding and stuff. So it works out to be around about 65% to 45% at the end of the day. The cost and the profit. Yeah. Benefits of the share multi-model. It is designed to ensure equitable returns for both parties. The land it remains 100% black owned. Financing of movable assets and livestock is not necessary for landowner because the share milker is his part. The model can be adopted for other agricultural types. The benefit from economies of scale with commercial partner. Okay, the thing is, if we have to buy what do you call it, supplements or feeds, because we are partners with a bigger partner, it helps to get discounts and also to negotiate the milk prices and stuff. Because it's reliable, we are we are partners with a bigger partner. It helps to negotiate a very good prices. We can get very good prices out of that. Skills transfer. You get to Grasslands has got 50 years of experience in the industry. So we partnering with them, we get to learn all the stuff about the dairy. As a result, we have 3 beneficiaries today employed as farm managers in the company, not necessarily on the trust farm, but just on the farm, on the company. 2 other beneficiaries today are employed as assistant managers in the Grasslands group. We've had life skill courses completed. Trustees make the decisions by annual trust meeting. We do attend local and overseas conferences and courses that help with management. The key success factors. Empowerment of those that work the land, take ownership and commit in the workplace to a new level. It helps to make meaningful differences to individuals and like break the cycle of poverty. The title deed transfer, it helps with the access to funding and wealth creation if it needs to be. There are equitable rewards for both parties. There are clear roles and responsibilities and rewards. Grasslands Development Trust highlights the financial results over the 21 years later since the start of the project. Standard bank loans were paid within 7 years, which was the 4.8 million. It was paid within 7 years. The profit distributions from 2004 up until 2026 is up to 110 million. The cash distribution since 2004 until 2026 is up to 97 million, which if you break it down, it's like 2.5 million per beneficiary that they've gained. The cash distribution for the last 5 years has averaged about 230,000 per beneficiary. That's on top of the salary that the beneficiaries get for working on the farm. Retired employees remain beneficiaries for life. Loan account serves as a death benefit, and our loan accounts are sitting at around about 1 million each now. The state grant of 4.4 million initially has enabled 110 million worth generated for beneficiaries up to now. My take on this, this project has helped to change people's lives. That was the main objective of the GTT, of the Grassland Development Trust. People was paid minimum wages, and then it helped to alleviate poverty and to help people send their kids to better schools and live a better life, build houses. So it certainly has done its initial job. Grassland Development Trust has survived since 2004 up until now with only the initial funding. We have never gotten any other funds or money from the department or anywhere. And we are thriving, we're doing very well. So this model, it really worked for us. It has made people, I'm not going to say very wealthy, but it has moved them from a poverty line to a much better place in life. I don't know if there's any questions or what. I'm just going to stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Makakamela, for your presentation. Yeah, we are going to proceed now by asking honorable members to make their own reflections on, oh, excuse me, on the presentations that have actually been made. The LRC and the Grasslands Development Trust presentation. Honorable Maseko.
Chair, thank you very much. I think from the LRC, the proposal that they have put here, it's quite reasonable, and also listening to the other equity scheme, what is working for them. The only thing from our side, I think, that is important to us in addressing this issue of the petition, Chair, is to get there, to listen to all the parties for us to can make a recommendation, adding to what we receive from the LRC. Now, the importance of listening to the other parties is of crucial importance. We still have to get the legal and the academic, because already this is a policy problem that has been there, that we have to see how are we going to come up with the recommendations that are going to be implementable, because we still have to take this to the House for it to be adopted. Now, if we listen to one side, and I appreciate the legal team that is representing the petitioners, but we still have to get the independent legal stakeholders that can come and look at both sides from the other parties and also the petitioners, because you as a legal, we look at you as the part of the petitioners. Now we need to have an independent, and after the independent, we need to look at the academics and also look what is it that can be a recommendation. The reality, this is a challenge. We have as the legislators to see how are we going to make recommendation that is going to be doable by the department. And so far, to a certain extent, we are not doing well to can get that for the process of the petition to be run smoothly until we can hand back to the House and to the Speaker. So it's important if we can also get that part, Chair. It's going to also empower us as the members in this challenge. Remember the last part is, remember the equity scheme now has been, the department is not implementing it. Is the problem child that they've given birth to and then said, now it's not working, they dropped that and they started another thing that didn't work, they dropped that and they are on the third phase of doing something else. Now we have to go back and see what is it that we have to do, because the equity scheme is a reality here. And something has to be done to can address the challenges that have been created by, I'm not going to say the department also, I'm going to say also the legislators, because they agreed to that when that was being implemented. So we need that change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Maseko, for your reflections and contributions. Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine will be on the Farm Workers Equity Scheme. And let me first greet all in the House and on virtual. Thank you also for the presentations that we would listen to. My question to Farm Workers Equity Scheme: what existing monitoring and evaluation mechanism does the department have to access the financial performance, governance, and beneficiary participation of Farm Equity Scheme? And then the second question, Chair: on what evidence does the department conclude that the governance challenges identified during oversight visits are either isolated or systemic access farm workers across Farm Workers Equity Scheme? And then the other one: does the current legislature and policy framework adequately protect the rights of beneficiaries following retirement, retrenchment, resignation, or death, or are legislature performs required? Last one, Chair: what should the estimated financial and administrative implications of conducting an independent review of every Farm Worker Equity Scheme as proposed by the petitioners? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Honorable Nana, I saw you touching your mic and preparing it for your comment.
Yeah, Chairperson. Maybe my first comment, if Honorable Madlala is on the platform, I just wanted to check when is his time coming to be the SG of MK Party, because they seem to be changing very fast.
Well, that is starting a war.
Yeah, I'm taking chances because he's not here. Chairman, my first question, and I would want an immediate answer to it because it will build to my next question. Is there a difference between greenlands and grasslands in Tsitsikama Humansdorp area? I'm asking this because on the 27th of June, we had a presentation from Greenlands. Now I'm trying to wrap my head around the presentation, compare it with what was presented to us on the 27th of June. can I firstly get clarity on that before I can continue?
I'm not sure whether Mr. Makakamela did get the question.
Yes, I got the question. No, we totally different. We're not Greenland, we grasslands. So Greenland is a different one.
Oh, okay. Okay, I mean, that's clear. I'm sorry. That's clear, Chairman. Now coming to, must I continue? Must I go ahead? Oh, now coming to my question, Chair. Firstly, I must make a disclaimer. I failed accounting for attorneys at university. So I'm not good with numbers. I'm not good with numbers, but on slide 8, Mr. Makakamela, you have 2 percentages, plus minus 65%, plus minus 45%. Now, if my arithmetics isn't failing me, percentages end at 100%. If you're saying plus minus 65% from the landowner, which is your good selves, and the share milker contributes about plus minus 45%, something is not adding up to me. And can you please clarify? Secondly, in the pie chart preceding the slide that I've just spoken to, which will be pie chart in slide 7, we now know that government has invested approximately 4.4 million in grant funding and loans to yourselves, and that's your contribution to the enterprise. But you are silent about the share milkers' contribution in rands and cents. You only say plus minus 40%, and this is in slide 7. Can you please reduce the plus minus 40% of the share milker to rands and cents? Thank you.
All right, thank you. On the slide of the profit share structure, sorry, that's my mistake. So the share milker gets about 35%. So it's plus minus 65% of the landowner, and then plus minus 35% of the share milker. So that adds up to 100. And then on the previous slides that you were referring to, the relative capital contribution, if we have to put it in rands, it's about plus minus 25 billion that the share milker contributed. That's in livestock, bringing cows and tractors, cars, the labor, payment of all the labor, management experience. So it adds to plus minus 25 billion. I don't know if that answers all your questions.
I thought Honorable Adams' questions, I will respectfully ask that the department responds at the end, because there might be a lot more that will come up from the presentations that the department would like to make a reflection on. Thank you. Is there anything else, Honorable Nana?
It's probably a comment, Chairman. And maybe before I make the comment, can I check with Mr. Magagamela that it is a submission to this committee that as partners to the business, you are happy with how things are proceeding?
Yes, sir, we are very happy. Hence, we've been extending the contract. We are very happy with the partnership and everything is up in the open. We have access to all the documents and yeah, we run the farm. The person that is running the farm is one of us, is the beneficiary. The guy that is managing the farm. I've been managing the farm for the past 14 years, but I've been moved to a different farm now, with the farm. So everything, it goes through us, so we know all the ins and outs.
Well, thank you to hear that. I remember that at one stage, this project was actually presented to us as one of the success stories. So it's not surprising to hear the kind of report that we are getting, because when we were out there, this project was actually presented as one of the models that everyone else can actually go there and have a look at how they run their own enterprise. Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much. And again, thanks, Mr. Magagamela. I just want to find out who is the responsible official in the department that is assisting assisting you at the farm. And also maybe if you can share what type of the support, besides the monies that have been invested there, but what type of the support as you implement and do what you are implementing for the sustainability and the well-functioning of the farm, is the department giving to you? Share with us, we'll appreciate it.
Unfortunately, the support we last got 2004 and 2005. Otherwise, we've been on our own with just the grasslands as a partner. So we have no support from the department or anything. We just doing it on our own.
Do you have a follow-up? Thank you.
Yeah, the follow-up is directed to the department. Thank you very much. Just to ask from the department, whoever who can answer, is that a norm or there is something specific that is making the department not to have been involved in giving the support to this equity scheme? I don't know who's going to respond, Chair, through you. Whoever who can take that responsibility, I'll appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chair. In actual fact, I want to apologize for I had to run out there and dealing with a very, very precarious issue of community members that can't get a body from Namibia because of incompetence sometimes. Sure. And unfortunately, I had to run out, but I wanted to ask a specific question. I don't know who will respond to it. When we were on our visit in the Western Cape, in actual fact, we got to areas where the land have changed hands or ownership. And the current owners actually deny any knowledge of farm equity schemes that was on that land. They were not briefed by the former owners and so on. So if the department says, but this scheme was completed or whatever, how are we going to make sure that there is accountability in that specific issues in the case of such a specific issue? And also I also have a question for Mr. Magagamela with regards to the issues of the skills transfer. Is it in an ad hoc basis, or is it something that is like like what we give me an English word that is formal? Is it a kind of a formal training where skills are continuously transferred, or is it short-term courses where people are just receiving the necessary skills? And how are they going to make sure that the next generations will benefit from what is happening now? I'm asking it directly to Mr. Makakame.
All right, if I can answer. What happens is we get students from different universities around the country that we take in every year, and then we train. Some of them we keep within the company. Some of them go to work in other places. So that's one of the ways that the skills are being transferred.
Well, thank you, Mr. Makakamere. Honorable members, I realize that you had asked some questions to the department. But I would like to say that the department is here as observers for today. They are requesting that they will note your questions, and then next week when we actually meet with them, participating fully in the meeting, they will actually respond to your questions as well. Thank you. Mr. Makakamela, thank you very much, and thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Sorry, yeah.
I don't understand this request by the department. I mean, they're here. Why must it be postponed, Chair? Why must it be postponed? I mean, it's simple questions. If there's nothing to hide from the department, why not give answers in the presence of? No, please don't clap, don't clap. Thanks, Chair. I just need reasoning why it can be done.
I wonder if the department would be in the position to give us reasons to respond to the members' question. Honorable DG.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Chair, we can respond to questions. We thought that because the invite was stated that we come to observe and we have to come back with a consolidated response on all matters. We thought that was the plan. But on issues that have been raised here, we can respond, Chair. Thank you.
Well, thank you, DG. Well, they are offering to respond to questions, so I will allow you to do so.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Good morning. Let me look at the time. Good morning to you and to the honorable members.
Good morning, Honorable Minister.
I'm sure I'm just coming in, Honorable Chair, because to reassure Comrade or Honorable Nana that there is nothing to hide. But we were, as the DG has stated, we were asked to come and observe. That's why we did not even make remarks and so on. We're just observing. And I feel I must say this in protection of and protect my officials. Anyway, we even thought it was going to be good to come next week and also take the opportunity and introduce the new DG to you and the honorable members. But if members feel that they must respond to these questions, I don't think there is anything to hide. It was just a matter of complying to the invitation itself.
Well, thank you, Honorable Minister, for your intervention and also for the introduction of the new DG. And we want to congratulate you for a successful completion of the process, which otherwise has taken quite a considerable time to get the DG. So thank you so much for that. I know that there are honorable members who are online. I would like to ask them whether there is anything that they would like to contribute on the presentations that actually have been made thus far. I thought Honorable Mteta was on the line because it would be uncharacteristic of him not to.
No, he's attending agriculture.
Oh, I hear that. The portfolio committee.
To be excused.
Well, there being no further comments or questions from honorable members, can we proceed to the minister? Well, DG, you were actually on the verge of responding. And the minister made that intervention, but it did not say that you should not intervene.
Thank you very much. I will take the last question first. Is it a norm? It is not a norm. Both from the province, Department of Agriculture should be providing support to farmers across the province and the country. So, because each agriculture department, they have extension officers, scientists, economists, even engineers that are meant to provide support. So we must admit it is not, including the national department is expected to monitor these, not only in terms of funding, but also the oversight technical support. It's a matter that I think from government, we'll have to look at how do we improve on it. Share the other question, which was around the existing monitoring mechanisms that are at our disposal. Chair, from the reports and from the presentations, it is clear that we have not been able to monitor these farm equity schemes. I think the presentation in your earlier remarks, Chair, you indicated that there was a protector who was supposed to have played a role, and that has not happened. It is a matter that is under consideration. And as we made the commitment, when we come back next week to do a full presentation, we would be able to indicate what mechanisms are we going to put in place to address this. Chair, the implications on the proposal that have been made today around financial administrative recommendations, obviously they need to be seriously considered. It will be difficult to at this point indicate the exact implications. So the proposals have been received, they will be considered, and when we come back next week, we'll be able to indicate how have we considered them. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, DG. Yeah, we are giving you some kind of a baptismal, but it's not of fire.
Actually, Chair Nana is ambushing my officials. Honorable Nana.
Chair,
Honorable Nana.
Chair, if I may, good afternoon, Minister. Good
Afternoon,
morning.
Jola. I know
Yeah.
you are in the good mood. Chiefs has won for the first time, so I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I see you are issuing out title deeds left, right, and center. Well done, Minister. I just wanted to piggyback on what the DG mentioned last. In fact, I just want to make sure that I understood him correctly. Because had he not said what he said last about taking into account the recommendations made, I would like to propose or request the department that in its presentation next week, will it be possible for you guys to give commentary on the presentation by LRC, particularly the diagnostic part presented by the colleagues across the aisle, and also recommendations, the action plan, the action steps that they proposed? Can you please give comment when you're coming to present before the committee next week? Because Chair, if that can be done, it will go a long way in assisting the committee to expedite this process and get to its conclusion as quickly as possible. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Honorable Nana. Indeed, I'm sure the department, that's one reason why we invited them to come and observe this process, because we wanted them at the end of the day to come up with a solid response to all the proposals that would have been made here. Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much. Chair, based on the response of the DG also, if when they come back, if all the protectors of all the equity schemes that have been implemented can be here and also come with the reports where they were responsible to share with us, to can tell us what did they diagnose and what will be their action plans that they can assist in or that they can recommend that to be implemented to fix what has been broken. That will be another thing that can help us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you to those who actually have made presentations. At this juncture, I would actually, crave your indulgence, honorable members, that we deviate slightly from the list of presenters and actually give an opportunity to presenter number 11, who is Dr. Ntombela, who is the agricultural economist at the University of Pretoria, because he is going to have another commitment in an hour's time. So I would like to request honorable members to just bear with us and give an opportunity to Dr. Ntombela to actually make his own reflection on the whole matter. Over to you, Dr. Ntombela.
Good morning, honorable members, and thank you very much, Chairperson. And must I say good morning to the members of the committee, to the minister online, and the officials of the department. Chair, maybe before I could go on sharing some of the perspective based on the invitation letter you sent to us, allow me to also make a disclaimer that the work which we'll share come from ourselves as the practicing economist in the agricultural sector and land in specifically. But there is also some of our colleagues which we've been working in this space for some time. And one of those colleagues, with the permission of the DG who's here, it's one of his members of the staff, but I think we're sharing it from the research work which we have done from the academic world, Dr. Mbegeni, who's also with me here, Chairperson. I don't know if you can see him at the back.
Can we respectfully ask him or her to just raise a hand? Oh, thank you.
So I'm hoping, Chairperson, will have your academic protection to share the information we are making, and the recommendation will be taken in that context. But I thought because you are the policymakers, I don't know if you can move my slides or you'll move it to Lozi. So this is what we were requested to share this morning. We have about 9 slides which we'll share very quickly. So we were requested by the committee to just share our view based on the evidence and our experience in the equity schemes. And then I think where I'll come later on in the conclusion, our understanding is that you want us to be able to assist the committee to say, has this been an effective instrument to drive land redistribution? And what are the mechanisms to strengthen accountability around this implementation of the schemes? I want to draw the committee to the last 2 points in that slides around the nexus between the issue of inclusive agricultural and rural economy, where land is a catalyst of driving that development. And what are the policy framework that will then be able to unpack all those 4 points that you have put in the slides? So that's really our understanding of this presentation, and that's how we're structured with it. Now, Lazi, if you go to the next slides, it's quite important. It's quite important to put things in context. The slide is slightly busy, but bear with me, Chairperson and the members. What I wanted to draw up on it before I get into the schemes is to be able to say, how did we get to that point? And what are the lessons that we can draw from that point? Now, South Africa is one of those fortunate countries where we have sufficient data and documents that we can review and the outcome thereof of what has been transpired into the society. If you look, maybe one can throw it even further, but if we just confine ourselves in the last century, you are able to see that there has been a very 3 distinct period around how the policy framework in the land and in the agrarian reform has been unpacked. And in this presentation, we'll limit the context of land into the agrarian reforms. Of course, land is much broader than that. Now, there was that process where land was seen as an economic catalyst that would drive agrarian reform. And that's a process that took very strong prominence around the 1910s up to the 1940s. And key to that was really this policy direction of the country, which was driving expansion of agricultural production based on land dispositions among certain groups of the society, and with a very clear and comprehensive support into a very few members of the society. In that case, was mainly the commercial farmers. Majority of them were white population group. Now, during that period, there are 2 important commissions that was undertaken. The first one was, of course, the famous Permanent Commission, which basically demarcated the country and identified the land, which led into the process of 17% of the land, first led to about 7% of the land being in the majority hands. Subsequently, 1936, that expanded to about 13% of that. Parallel to that process, there was a commission called the Kennedy Commission, which dealt with the issue of the poor white men in the country, which positioned land as a catalyst that would drive the settlement of the white commercial farmers in rural areas, which was subsequently complemented with some of the investment and some of the policy framework that will then be able to ensure that you have a policy and agricultural production that is driven on land, that is commercialized. But the challenge with that commercialization of it was exclusive in nature and along the racial lines, as we all know about that. You will see there's a subsequent series of the policies, and I want to spend 2 or 3 minutes on those policies, because later on when I conclude, I want to see how we have dealt with those policies in a democratic dispensation. Of course, we know that there was a Land Bank Act, which really created about concessional loans and the purchasing of the land, which is a 1912 land. Subsequently, during that year, we know the next year there was a Native Land Act. And then there was an understanding to say, while you are driving production, as now there's access to land, but access to input was still constraints. So that's why then there was later on the promulgation of the Corporate Society Act in 1922, which really dealt with how do you create agribusinesses and how do you ensure that you drive innovation and technology in the agricultural systems and the land system into that country. That's why today, at the time, we used to call them cooperatives. Today, we call them agribusinesses. Your like of your AFGRIs, your Senvers, and all those things. It was the structure and statutes of the land and policies that was created by government. The government at the time realized then that you have production and expansion of land, but you had an issue of markets. That's why then the 1937 Act of Marketing of Agricultural Product came into force, which really created what we call the marketing of how do you structure and ensure that the farmers that have production now are able to take that product into the market of it. We'll come back to that point just now as we concluded that. The next phase of it, and this was not unique in South Africa, this was more of a global phenomenon, because if you look at the European Union, you have what you call your Common Agricultural Policy Framework, which also treat land not just as a catalyst for agricultural agrarian reform, but it also treats land as a pillar of how do you ensure that the green evolution within European systems are driven. So the rural development side of the European countries are based on the Common Agricultural Policy. The similar policy framework, if you look, for example, in the US, where you have your Farm Bill, which came along around the same time, around the 1930s as well, which was about the policy framework, which will say, how do you commercialize the American agricultural reform and be able to retain the value of the production that is coming from the American system? So I'm basically saying that it was not a unique settings in South Africa. We're mainly generating those insights from the global powers. You fast forward that to a period which will coincide along the period of the apartheid systems around the 1940s, building up to the 1970s. And then during this time, it was now a recognition in the country to say, you have now generated the capacity of production, you have access to land, but how do you ensure that you drive the issues of marketing? That's why then the marketing of control boards came along with it. And we were able to access international markets, and we were able to expand our production beyond the common areas, which were mainly located within the western part of the countries. It was during that period where there was a massive state investment that also drove the production and the investment in the irrigation scheme. That's why now today we have what we call the Valhard irrigation schemes, which are basically unlock the potential of your central regions. Chairperson and the members, if you fast forward to the period of the 1985 to 1993, that's where you sort of saw a reversal of that process. And in my view, there's two preceding research that was done. The first one was around the Castle Commission in 1992, which basically promoted the deregulation and liberalization of our policy framework. Parallel to that process, there was a lot of work around the land reform and the type of land reform system that the country will pursue. You can look at the works that was done in the World Bank Land Reform Summit in 1992 around those processes. Interestingly, Chairperson, why that is very relevant, because it's during that period when we were now engaging in the very strong and comprehensive deregulation and liberalization of our marketing systems. It was also a time where there was a considered view of starting what we will call today your farmer equity schemes, which started here in the Western Cape. The first one was exactly in 1992 in the farm in the Elling area, where it was driven by the commercial farmers to say, how do you ensure that you now upscale the role of the farm workers from just being the farm workers themselves and take into the ownership of the shares within the company and the operation of that company. Effectively, during that period, what has happened, and you'll see the timing of it, this is a period now just before 1994. This is the period where we remove all farm subsidies which have been in place for the last 100 years. This is the period where we deregulated the markets and drove the open market system, which now introduced what we'll call market-led barriers. This is the period that will also introduce legislation that will deal with what was happening in the former homelands will now be ceased to exist and be integrated into what we will call South Africa in the next year that followed on that front. Specifically, as policymakers, there are three key laws that I want to mention during this period. The first one is the Act 126, which is the Redistribution Act of 1993, is the Marketing of Agricultural Product Acts of 1996, is the Extension of Agricultural Laws of 1996. All those three laws that I've just mentioned predates the Constitution. Effectively, what these laws have created will be a situation where you have institutionalized the duality of the agricultural sector and the land governance systems within the country. These would be laws that will then say some of those interventions that were even existing in the former homelands will cease to exist. That's why if those that are old enough will know that in the past you used to have what you call Tranco and Limos in the former homelands. You will have Mjinde and Makatinis in the KZN and all those areas. And there will be irrigation scheme like the Tugela ferries and all those things. Today, they are either under Otalazo or lying as white elephants because of those things. And this is the outcome, whether intended or unintendedly, is the outcome of the policy framework that was put in place to drive the institutionalization of the duality which we have today. Now, if you go to the next slide, what was very key during that period of these reforms and that period of the introduction of the worker farmer schemes, it was a very accelerated rate of farm debt. Why that is very important? Because it gives you an essence what was happening in these commercial farms in terms of the state of the finances of these farms. These were commercial farms where now there was a withdrawal of state subsidies, and they were now starting to be exposed to the international competition and starting to be exposed into the principles of efficiency, and they were starting to be found themselves drowning into the farm debt. So the value of the asset, if you look at it from the financial perspective, it was starting to erode its value. And this is the time when now farm worker schemes were really encouraged and government was using the state grant to purchase the asset that is eroding its value in its nature. This is the time then also the market-led, if you think of it, we started with the SLEC, which promoted the purchasing of these shares in these farms that was very much financially strained. And the trend of the farm debt has continued over the years. If you look at that graph, which I've showed, around 1985 was sitting at about 11 billion. Today, it's sitting just below 200 billion of it, and it has continued that trend all along. What is very key here, members, is that the policy framework that we've put in place created a situation where those that were efficient and were able to adapt quickly will be one of the biggest beneficiaries of the economic system that was now market-led, exposed to export orientation, and with the removal of subsidies. So that's why today, those that have frequently and fastly gained economies of scales, if you're looking at, for example, in the sugar industries, there's one or two players that have a relatively large share. You look at the tomato industries in the northern part of the country, you have one or two players that have a significant share of it. You look even here in the Western Cape, whether you're looking in the apple industry, you're looking in the wine industry, or in the table grape industries, the trend is exactly the same. But what happens during that time, which is unfortunately the parallel process of it, is what the democratic dividends that will then be promised into those that will form part of these economic systems we're now not only just limited by the policy influence that has now been de-rationalized, but would be blocked by the irritants that were market constraint driven. So there will be issues of that you don't have access. Even if you have land, you won't have the capital to work the land. Even if you can gain the capital of land and gain the capital of working the land, you won't have the equipment to drive that land. Even if you can gain all those three things, the state supports you that you will have challenges to access into the export market. Even if you can export, you have access to export markets because of the scale nature, because of the marketing control points that have been abolished, you won't have the economies of scale to participate into the global evolution of it. That's ultimately what's the picture that was created out of that process. Now, if you move into the next slide, that really gives you in essence what I'm talking about. We can fast forward this because that's just the policy legislation which I've been talking into. I'll come back to this one. I just want to move next one. Just fast forward again, please. I'll come back to it just now. Go forward, go forward, go forward, go forward. Yeah. So that's ultimately, no, just the slide before that. That's ultimately the picture I want you, Chairperson, and policymakers to remain with it. And the farm schemes are embedded into that story. Is that we've created a system, especially if you're dealing with the land from the perspective of agrarian reform. We've created a system that if you look at the graph on the left, unless you are able to be in the economies of scale that can look like that picture, your level or chances of success being a viable farmer, whether you're a white farmer or a black farmer or a colored farmer or Indian farmer, unless you are able to meet those thresholds, you are unlikely to be a viable farmer into the country as we speak of today. Because with the deregulation of it, we've effectively put a policy framework and market systems that only caters for large-scale farming enterprises. And this is a trend that is comparable to global trends. The only difference which we have in South Africa is that we've abolished systems that would have catered for the small-scale farmer to still be into that system. So what I'm talking about here, if you were to be a small-scale farmer, because we don't have corporations and the control boards, I'm not saying that we must go back to the deregulated system, but what I'm saying is when we do deregulate it, which I think it was a correct policy direction as a country, when we liberalize, we did not create safeguards that will still cater for the new entrants that will come into the systems. If you look into the European systems, there are those safeguards. If you look into the Asian systems, there are those safeguards that creates for those new entrants to be able to be part and parcel of that system. That's why if you look at your far left graph, and this is the latest work that we've done in the 6th administration. That's why if you look at the far left graph, irregardless of the expensive and significant investment that the state has made in the sector, the output that comes out of it, if you look, for example, in the wine industry, it sits less than 1%, which means the total output that comes into the country, which is produced by black farmers, irregardless whether they are in land reform farms or they are in share equity schemes or they are in privately acquired land, their output into the system is negligible 30 years later. You look in terms of the maize, which is a stable crop that is produced across all the country, less than 6% of it comes from the black farmers. And I'm using black farmers in the broader term of schemes, including also colored Indians and other population groups as our constitution dictates. Fruit industry, the story remained the same. What is even more painful, even if you look at the commodities that the black people have always had capabilities of it, like for example, cattle and sheep, they do have the numbers at the primal level. But once you get to the value where the value of the product comes in, their significance and their footprint is very much limited. Now let's go back to the few slides that I've just skipped off it. So I wanted to show you what the policy framework we've put in place and what is the attended outcomes that have come out of it. And these are realities that the data is showing us today. Now, the concept itself of the farmer work equity schemes, the department have done a lot of work around that place, and I'm sort of jumping the gun, and I'm hoping they'll go into details because they know that information, they have it when they come back into it. It's a system that is initiated by the by a commercial farmer themselves, who then extend the invitation into the beneficiaries, either his farm workers or any other area of it. Already in that line that I just mentioned, you can already see in terms of the historical power struggles and where would they lie into that systems. The beneficiary selection will be in his own, the structuring of that scheme will be in his own, and which part of the farm will be partitioned will be in his own part of it. Why that is very important? Because this becomes the hindrance and the problems that decide whether that scheme is actually an equitable scheme that is profitable or not in that part of it. And it's not only just in the farm working scheme from the land perspective. If you look also from the agrarian reform perspective, it's a similar story. In the wine industry, they have what they call the black-owned brands model, which effectively gives the same outcomes of it, where you will now have an operating company that will then take a shareholding, and there will be allocation of shares between the commercial farmer as well as the worker trust on it. Effectively, the power struggles of that becomes an embedded challenge within that system on its own. I must say that there are success stories within the farmer worker schemes, but majority of the stories doesn't paint a very rosy picture of that. But when you look at the principles of the concept as an instrument of driving land distribution, is not an incorrect instrument, because what it is embedded in those principles is to say that you allow the new entrants to still gain and share the management and gain knowledge of how to operate the farm with those that have been into the system for longer, which is a good thing, because that also creates a platform for transfer of skills, that creates a platform for networking and other areas of it. But at the same time, you are able to introduce new players into the commercial sector without eroding the long-term value of the product itself. What becomes a challenge is how you really create mechanisms that deals with a teething phase of those that you are introducing into the farming space. Now, let me go to the next slide, which I'll show now. In our view, where is the biggest challenge with the farm worker schemes in relation to it as an instrument for driving land reform? If you look at the land reform, part and parcel of the embedded objective of it is to drive equitable access to land and ownership patterns, so that you change the patterns of ownership within the country to portray the population growth so that we can achieve what we call united in diversity as a society, right? The state drove that, and the Western Cape was the biggest one as a beneficiary of it, if you look at the table at the top there. And I did say that some of these things started even before the democratic dispensation were in place. And interestingly, if you draw parallel, it started during the time when most of the commercial farmers was facing financial strain. So these were injections by the state through the beneficiaries, which assisted these farms to gain financial stability, but did not translate to the ownership objective that you intended to do. I just want to compare those two graphs. So the top graph basically shows you the amount that has been spent on the equity schemes across different provinces. Majority of them are in the Western Cape. Some of it are in the Eastern Cape and others. If you start now looking when government changed the instrument and now put those moratorium and move to the plus system, which basically empower the state to purchase the land and lease it to the beneficiaries, the Western Cape start becoming the least performing province in terms of acquiring land. Which means now the scheme was important in acquiring shareholding in the private companies, but the province was not the best performer when you're actually doing a tangible asset transfer. So it was best performing in intangible asset transfer, not necessarily the asset transfer. So if you go to the next slide of it, and this is common when we go into the deeper part of it. I did mention that the Cape Winelands was one of the pioneers of the scheme part of it. If you look at the Cape Winelands, you look at the amount that was invested into the Cape Winelands through share schemes. and you look now when plus is the instrument that is driven by government, the graph is an opposite of it. The numbers are opposite of it. What does that mean? It means those that are operating in this district, perhaps the primal objective is not necessarily on exchange of land. Is to just provide the access to it, but not necessarily transfer of land. Because if you're looking at the Cape Winelands as partner of Plus, which is the tangible asset that I'm talking about, it is not taking the same level of appetite from those that are participating within these schemes, which effectively means that when it comes to those areas, we are not purchasing as a state, we are not purchasing the high value land in terms of transfer of land ownership of it. Because now what you then start looking at it is those areas which are outside now, Central Karoo start becoming the biggest performer in the Western Cape in terms of land transfer of it. While when it was a share scheme, it was the Cape Winelands. So effectively what you say, perhaps as part of our programmatization of our policies and instrument and taking lessons of it, is that is the state, when it drives land reform, only concerned with the transfer of land, or also the productivity and the value of that land is important? I think that's another question, or that a layer that must be now considered in this land reform transfer. And this is not only unique in the Western Cape, because even if you look at the broader land reform program, majority of the land is also sitting in the low potential areas of agricultural productivity of it. So I think that was the point which we're trying to emphasize within that point. Maybe, Chair, let me move to the last two slides before I take too much of your time. So effectively what we're saying that while the instrument might have good intentions, but limited land transfer has been a challenge, which really goes against the objectives of the land reform program. There wasn't sufficient due diligence and oversight by the state of these things. Once the investment were made, the transfer were made, there was not an oversight into these things, which effectively exposed the new beneficiaries into some of the challenges that they are suffering. And I'm sure if you listen to the motions that have been presented and the stories that they narrate with you, it is reflective even on the data part of it. Accountability by those that were also part, because the shareholder schemes were a partnership between the new players and the old players. But there seems to be limited capacity and accountability of why some of these schemes have not been successful, particularly from the commercial side of accountability, as well as in the state side of it. The selection and the participation of beneficiaries is also another weak area if we were to strengthen this model, where more frequently than not, their involvement in the scheme tends to remain just them as workers. Their authority and decision-making and the decision powers are very weak, and the shareholding structures and the dividends sharing policies are becoming problematic. And this is reflected also at times where there's a confusion whether it's just a normal bonuses that are paid into beneficiaries or it's part of dividends that are paid of it. And sometimes the two are conflicted to one another. Chair, if we go to the next slide, as we basically concluding, is that we're saying that the data does not necessarily support the notion that this has been a very good instrument. In actual fact, it paints a picture that it has not fully delivered on the intended land redistribution objectives. And it shouldn't therefore, at least in its current form and approach and structure, not be classified as an effective instrument to drive land reform. If you go on to the next point, these are go on also. I did mention to say this can be comparison, especially those that might be part of the farm worker equity schemes who are also in the wine and fruit industries. They might know very well with the black-owned brand system, which is similar in terms of its outcomes. As I said earlier on, if you look at the Cape Winelands in comparison, the highest expenditure, about 81% of the national budget, was on farmer worker equity schemes, but it is the least performing when Plus is an instrument. Only about 16% of the land has been transferred. In opposite of that, the Glen Karoo, which if you're looking at a land capability, is now the best performing in land sharing, but it was not under the equity scheme. So in conclusion, Chairperson, the point we wanted to articulate of it is to say, these are not necessarily elements that are just out of markets. It is a function of a market failure. And these market failures can only be corrected with the legislative instrument. I think, Loaz, it's the last slide which I'm talking to now on the recommendations. Just past that one we talked of it, which are recommendations. So the research is there and it's showing us exactly what has been the outcome of it. And the data is showing that to say the conceptualization of this instrument might have very good intention at the beginning, but the implementation thereof shows that there were a lot of oversight that was committed, which requires to relook at it. There is a need of also ensuring that beyond just investment, monitoring systems that are state-led, and I want to emphasize that point of state-led. One of the key legislations, like the Marketing Act, it creates what you call statutory powers, which are the state instrument that can intervene into the system. And it creates that the state can be able to collect the information it requires for the purposes of monitoring and systems. But what you tend to find in practice is that the monitoring systems depend on the information that is provided by the market players themselves. So when now the state relinquish their own obligation of collecting the information and driving this monitoring system, and there's a need for that. And the state indeed has provided policy announcement. If you look at LRAD plus, PATAT and all those things, which are trying to look at these, close these gaps. What I think has been the biggest challenge is to translate this policy announcement into legislation. And majority of the legislation in which you operate on them are outdated in its nature if you look at them in reference to the Constitution. And I hope the policymakers will consider it as they go forward, as the state bring the land redistribution bill and other instrument on the review of the Marketing Act, because collectively these are the instruments that are necessary to be able to drive this inclusivity and also protect those that are new players within the market space, while of course also equally extending the protection to those that have been long participating to the market and effectively create what we call an equitable access to land, but also an inclusive agriculture and rural development in the sector. And it starts by ensuring that our policy framework create that enabling environment that can then be programmatized into different actions that you need to have a coordinated support in terms of post-settlement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc, for your presentation. Well, indeed, it was very informative. I would like to recognize hands from the honorable members before before Dr. Ntombela leaves us. May I start off with Honorable Nana, and in that order further down the line.
No, thanks, Chairman. And I really want to welcome the presentation. It's quite a well thought out presentation. What I wanted to check with the doctor, how often do you interact with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development? How much interaction between the two of you? Because with the amount of information and knowledge you are sharing with us, I'm pretty sure the department might find it useful. But secondly, that you are a doctor, you mustn't think that we are short of doctors here. We've got Dr. Manenze, we've got Dr. Matlatsi, we've got Dr. Mtetwa. Thanks, Chairman.
Yeah, mischievous. Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much. Just a one quick one from my side. It will be you mentioned, and I think on your slide, you indicated that the farm worker equity scheme's intention, the other part was to eventually acquire a portion of the farm. And now, then you came on the second level of the plus that was acquiring. So how do you come to the conclusion or the recommendation that you talked about and the conclusion of the plus versus the farm worker equity scheme, that you can be able to separate that there was a appetite from the farm worker equity scheme versus the plus, because the intention also when it was I think when we look at the figures there, especially on the Cape Winelands, that was more interested in the equity, but it wasn't appetizing for them on the plus side. But I'm wondering if you hear what I want to ask, that there was intention at the end was a certain portion of acquiring a portion of the land to the farm workers. And versus on plus, it was about acquiring a land, isn't it? So how do you balance that or come to the conclusion that there was no appetite, the other part there was an appetite, while intention at the end from the onset, there was a portion of acquiring the land? Thank you very much.
Honorable member.
Honorable Masipa. Thank you, Chairperson. Really, let me also thank Dr. Ndombela for the presentation. I'm going to say something, but it might not be welcome by farming communities. But I think it's very important to make a mention that, you know, agriculture, I think at this stage is kind of washing money, not really making money. So we kind of turning the cash flow, but not really, translating into profit. And I think that's the challenge that the lawmakers will have to really kind of look at and say, how do we really attend to this problem? Because it's a problem, it's a global problem. In many countries, they have got obviously subsidies, and they are able really to make sure that, farmers are making money out of subsidy instead of really struggling to engage with the banks and so forth. And I think also, the cost drivers, we know, climate change is one of the cost driver, geopolitics are some of the cost drivers, that resulted in obviously, oil prices and fertilizers, going up. And I think the equity scheme and all those, arrangements that we have got in place with regards to land reform, we lended the money, but that money could not really kind of grow. And what you wanted to do is that when you put that money in that project, you wanted that project to kind of grow. So you transform, but you also grow the economy. But we did not transform and grow the economy. We put the money and we expected the money, to make magic. But we did not have the capable hands, to ensure that that money really kind of grow the economy. I think the challenge, obviously, to researchers like Dr. Ndombela is, how do you really advise policymakers in terms of what are those policy instruments that they can look at in order to solve this problem? Because if we're not careful, this problem is going to be a problem that is going to be with us for a very, very long time. I do understand, the challenges of the equity scheme that, beneficiaries, cannot see, what have they benefited out of this equity scheme. But I think the question that we have got before us is, how do we make farming or agriculture, or, putting money in agricultural projects to ensure that these agricultural projects become profitable and sustainable? Because I think the word should be sustainable, because once they are sustainable, they are able, obviously, to pay dividends to farm workers. I like the the point that was made by LRC to say that we got to look at the implementation, look at, timelines, look at budget, look at action plans. And I think in that, we've got to have a policy that really guides this kind of implementation that we're going to get on, because, we're quick to get to those without really having a policy framework that kind of drive that solution. So, Chair, from my side, I think it's just those remarks that I just want to make, that, we need to find a sustainable policy framework that is going to support our farmers. Climate change is here with us. There's no question about it. We see fires, we see floods, we see, costs of, living, going high, oil prices, fertilizer, geopolitics, tariff war, and so forth and so forth. List goes on and on. Thank you, Chair. Those are my inputs. Also, really, thank you, Dr. Ntombela, for the great insight. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Honorable Masipa. Honorable Isaacs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me welcome the presentation by Dr. Ntombela, because it is in actual fact confirming what we have experienced when we were actually doing oversight over this farm workers equity schemes. In a way, it seems as if it was just a very good money-making scheme for some, and also creating expectations that was, in most instances, never met. That was our experience, that is shown by the data that exists, that it was a multi-million rand, almost, let me not call it a scam, because someone might go out and say that I called it a scam in Parliament. But it was a very disappointing experience, personally, for me, to find that people can be getting millions of rand from government for something with such good intention, but no one is holding them accountable. And that is the reason why I was looking at the issue of outdated research, and I was asking myself, on what basis have we decided to actually utilize that specific scheme that in actual fact was also the first thing that we experienced in some of the schemes. I think I remember there was a scheme in the Northern Cape of the paprika story. I don't know, Doctor, whether you know that story of the paprika. And the one issue that I experienced is that people understood the concept of ownership, but they were never skilled to understand that ownership also lies in the fact that you must do self-development and be involved in whatever is termed as your ownership. So I look at the fact that there is a recommendation that says it can still be, I mean, maybe you mean that we can continue with such kind of program in the face of the fact that it was unsuccessful. It never actually reached the purpose that it was intended for. And that is to make sure that more of the previously disadvantaged is being absorbed into the agricultural sector as owners of business, but also as owners of land, which did not materialize properly. So what I think is that maybe sometimes we are afraid to say the thing that we should be saying, is that this farm worker equity schemes, if it is still in existence, should be discontinued. And people should just get direct access to land where it is available. Because, I mean, you still remain poor. In a sea of wealth, or in a sea of wealth, you still remain an island of poverty as the people that are supposed to be benefiting. Good intentions, DG, Doctor, Chairperson, but that was never accomplished. And the devil is in the detail. That is clear what we can see. So I think we must make that recommendation to say, let's discontinue the schemes and put in place the monitoring systems that will make sure that the current schemes actually achieve the objective for which they have been brought into being. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Isaacs. Honorable Adams, did you have your hand up?
Thanks, Chair, I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Maseko, before I hand over to Dr. Ntombe.
Yeah, the last one over to Doc. I just wanted to find out on the farm worker, on the schemes itself, how was it, when you did the research, how was it filtered to the provinces to can take also the responsibility in the support to the beneficiaries? Is it there? There is somewhere where it is specified or it's not there at all? Thank you very much.
Well, I will, Honorable Masipa, we are now getting very constrained with time. Yeah, but Honorable
Yeah,
Masipa.
apologies. Mine earlier was a comment, but I think I had one question, maybe just a supplementary question. The Land Bank Act has never been reviewed for a long while. Maybe if Dr. Ndombela can comment on that in terms of really, is there need to review the Land Bank Act to kind of aid the transformation and the reform in the sector? Thank you.
Well, thanks. Over to you, Dr. Ndombela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much to honorable members for those. I take them as guidelines. So I'll just respond to some or take comments on some. But maybe, Chairperson, given that the good honorable Eve is not there, that he said he advised that we must recognize that the committee is filled with doctors and the skill. And I think it would be a serious mistake if I don't take that advice. I'll certainly do. And I'm reminded, Chair, why we also decided to do PhDs and when we just to respond to his question also of how frequently we engage with the department and sharing of information. So I'm a former state employee. And most of the colleagues when we were young joining the state were senior managers. Honorable Masipa was one of those officials when we got into the system. The new DG has always been the driver, which I'll get to this question. Hopefully he can assist around the coordination with provinces because he's done some work in there. And the rest of our colleagues, I think DG Moyo and others that are in the plans without naming them. And the reason why we did that was because we used to get this response when we tell them, but this is what the research is telling us. And they'll say, no, but we know, and that's why we your seniors, we've been here before. So we thought maybe getting a PhD is the better way because then I can be called a doctor and then tell him, which actually worked because they were listening at much better that time than before. So I totally take that. But there is that interaction with the department, not only just the Department of Land, with any other ones. In fact, if I can, hopefully without necessarily getting into preempting things that are not related, we have formulated relations. We work with MOUs where we really capacitate each other on how do we transform and programmatize the state programs into action. And also the capacity that is required, and also sharing the information, because what is very key for policymakers is that as the institution of higher learning, we must also co-generate information with the state and other researchers. And I think with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, that's an approach we're taking with them. Not only just on land, but on rural development, industrialization, and other elements, and other departments as well. I think, Honorable, on your drawing of parallelism between the worker schemes as well as the plus, I think what's key there, it's a common denominator. What's the common denominator of the two programs? Is the current landowners. And then you monitor the behavior of the landowners. Because if then the intention and the objective thereof is to achieve the objectives of land reform, which is equitable access to land that is meaningful and that is accessible and you can be able to invest in it, irregardless of what the program should be, the pattern and the behavior thereof should be at least in the same direction, even if it's not in the same direction. So that's where the parallelism you throw it on. So it then tells you that when it's about a tangible asset, the appetite is not there. But when it was the investment that will compensate the financial strain of the farm, there was an oversubscription of expectation. So then that tells you that even though there might be, but drawing from the intelligence of the data, it tells you that the intention might not necessarily be the intention of distributing land. It was more of financial compensation to augment the current financial situation of it. That's what the data tells you. And that's a behavior of then the land ownership, which must be that. And that's why you see the data as it is. And I think your supplemental question is correct to say that it's one of those weaknesses where support at times, especially for post-settlement, are not coordinated. Because provinces will be the drivers and they have some of the instrument that would have catered for these beneficiaries to be supported on it. And I think, of course, the data and research is out there. It shows that there is a level of improvement that is required to coordinate once you are settled. How do you get into the ecosystems? Not only just the provinces, but there are also very critical players within the ecosystem, which are called commodity associations. And they have instrument because these commodity associations are also funded by the statute of the Act of Parliament, which is the Marketing Act. They use statutory powers. And how do you ensure that once they are settled, they are taken into that ecosystem so that they remain sustainable and profitable going forward? And which I think there are areas of coordination amongst that. Honorable, you are absolutely correct. And that's why I based all these on policy framework and what programmatization emanate from the policy. Because without us comparing our policies and making sure that they are amended in line with the conditions of what domestically in South Africa and internationally are, we are likely to be behind the curve. And I fully agree with your notion to say in agriculture, regardless of inclusivity, South African agriculture is becoming more and more difficult to farm. Whether we are a small scale farm or a large scale farm, it's becoming more and more difficult to farm. And we are seeing the world is shifting towards a protectionism state, while we remain a much more relevantly open trade system. What that does, it sometimes import a lot of competition and pressure to our farmers. And not only that, because you can see that in the sugar industry currently, you can see that in the wheat industry currently, you can see it in the poultry industry 2 years ago, and the list goes on and on and on. But what is that? Why that is important to ensure that our policies are constantly updated to provide sufficient support to our farmers in equivalent of playing field with the international players, is that it also helps the country with the issue of food security. Because if you excessively expose your domestic farmers without a fair competition from their international players, you start importing inflation into the country, which is reflected in our information headline level when our food becomes relatively expensive. But at the same time, it starts eroding your ability to create employment, which you use the rural employment and investment, which are elements that you need for your balance of payments in other areas. So it's quite important. And I will even go beyond just the land bank. We need to be able to review our Land Bank Act. We need to review all our land-related acts that were before the time or that have been outdated. We need to create those legislation which haven't been passed by Parliament and the state. One of those that deals with Section 25.5 of the land redistribution. We need to upscale our efforts around those areas. We need to upscale our efforts around the Act 36 of farm feeds and other elements. We need to upscale our act around the marketing of agricultural products, which deals with those issues around that. And all of those, in my view, time does sufficiently allows us to do that. I think on the last part, the comment, I fully agree with what Honorable Lucas was mentioning, and I'm sorry, Honorable Lucas, because I know you have said other things, but that's exactly what we're saying. To say, let the policymakers make a decision around the farmer working scheme based on what the data says. And the data says that the intended objectives were not fully achieved. Now, it's a question of whether if you do continue, clearly you can't continue as business as usual. Or you consider the alternative if there's an alternative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ntombela. I was wondering if there are any best practices in the world that you can actually, refer us to as, to go and draw some lessons from. That you can actually think of right now. Doc, I'm sorry to just catch you like this.
I think that one, Chair, it's at the chairmanship level, the question. It's a bit difficult to answer it on the spot, but certainly there are. And I think for me, Chairman, what would be quite critical, especially if we're dealing with the issues of land in the context of economic prosperity. What does that mean? And before we even get to the lesson learns, it's us first defining in the context of the new South Africa, what does that mean? If you look, and that's why I've mentioned those commissions in the past, if you look at how the commission, the Carnage Commission, and the Bowman Commission, and later on the Tomlinson Commission dealt with the land issue, you can see it was mainly from the economic prosperity and how those elements would drive not only just agrarian reform, but the economic development in its entirety. And that was the policy position of the country. If you look at least the first 30 years of South Africa, it was more, the emphasis was very much largely on the corrective justice around it, which was correct. But the investment required to drive land as a catalyst for rural development and agrarian reform and broader economic development has not been a priority. And that is reflected even on our budget allocation if you look at our budget constraint. Our allocation to these two portfolios have declined by almost 90% if you compare what was the budget allocation in 1993 to what it is, the budget we've just approved. And that's why I'm saying, once you are able to answer that, you are able to draw parallelism. If you call, for example, Chairman, you go to Europe, countries like Norway and others, you can see that land is considered in the contents of how South Africa considered it before 1994. That's why if you go to the European Commission, you look at their annual budget, 40% of that is land driven through farmers, through different farmer support and other program of it. Similarly, if you go to Asian countries, it's a similar approach that they take. So we first have to answer that question before we draw parallelism and how we domesticate it into our local government. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc. From our online members, I was wondering if there was anything that they would like to pose to the doc before I release him. Well, there being no response from honorable members online, thank you so much, Dr. Ntombela, for your very lucid presentation. It's very challenging. One honorable member asked a question as to how often do we interact with the department. I was happy to hear that the new DG is very familiar to you. So already, our hopes are high that all those ideas that one was listening to would be crystallized somehow within the policy framework of the department. Thank you so much, Doc. Can we move on and ask? There is Mr. Hugo and Mr. Joseph, and after whom then we will allow Mr. Kumede. Mr. Hugo and Miss Joseph. They all come from Morton Citrus. Sorry? Morton. Oh, they all come from Morton. Excuse my pronunciation. En Langeweide. Ik kan niet Afrikaans praten nie, en thank you so much. Can we hear from Mr. S. Hugo? You are on the floor, sir.
Dank u, meneer de voorzitter. Ik wil net, als het goedkeuring wegdra, wil ik baie graag die voorlegging in Afrikaans doen. Aangezien ik nou niet zo lekker Engels sprekend is, wil ik het baie graag in Afrikaans doen. Ons is Langweide Werknemerstrust. Ons is gestig 2008. Ons ander vernoot, meneer Beers de Tooi, ons genaderd om een vernootschap te gaan. Ons mensen was baie opgewonden, want het is een nieuwe geleentheid en het is een geleentheid voor ons mensen om het levensstandaard te verbeteren.
Excuse me, I know we are a multilingual country, but I just wanted to check whether there would be any members that would require some translation services so that I can apologize in advance, because the translation that was, the submission that was submitted to us is actually written in English. So we had hoped that it would be presented as such.
Yeah, Chair, we will be okay. Those that don't hear, they will depend on the written one.
Okay,
Thanks.
no, thank you. If the English version is flighted on the screen, then I would have no. So you can voortgaan met de presentatie.
Baie dankie, meneer de voorzitter. Soos ek gesê het, ons is gestig in 2008. En ons mense was baie opgewonde, want ons het 'n geleentheid gesien om ons lewensstandaarde te verbeter, ons kennis te verbeter en 'n impak te maak in die landbouindustrie. En dit is ook die beloftes wat aan ons gemaak is. Dat ons gaan definitief, dit voel in ons sakke, ons gaan 'n beter lewensstandaard hê. Daar sal beter gekyk word na ons kinders. In terme van opleiding, in terme van skool, in terme van tersiêre opleiding. Dit het ons opgewonde gemaak. En ons het daai tyd gebesef, maar hier is nou 'n geleentheid vir ons mense om iets te bereik in die lewe. Ons het jare gewerk vir niks. Ons het jare gewerk en nie was die regtig beloon daarvoor nie. Toe sien ons die geleentheid en ons het ingestem om vernoot te raak saam met Langerivier. Maar soos die tyd verloop het, het dinge nie beter geraak nie. Ons het aanvanklik agtergekom, maar dit word nie beter nie. So dinge het maar op einde van die dag slechter uitgedraai as wat ons gedink het, maar dis nie waar ons vandag wil praat nie, maar ons was 242 mense wat aandele gekry het in Langerivier. En dis hoe Langweide Werknemerstrust gestig is. Ons het 33% gekry. 33% bekom met die fondse wat ons by die staat gekry het. Die 33% is opverdeel. Ons het 'n langere vier, Wyde Kloof, Lytjies Kloof en de Meel. Dit was die plase op daardie stadium waar ons een globaal 33% gekry het. So voor ons was het 'n groot ding. Die staat heeft
Chair,
voor ons.
my hand is up.
Where is the hand? Is it online?
It's online, Chair.
Okay, what is your point of order?
Point of it's actually a point of indulgence, Chair. One is we would love to hear exactly what the presentation is about. I know the challenge is that we didn't arrange a translator. We would have really appreciated to be part of this very important submission. I'm struggling on my side and I don't really hear what is being said, but I understand the challenge. So I really would have appreciated if maybe they can just do a mixing so that I just hear school and that's it. So, I really would like to hear, Chair.
But who is it?
I'm standing in for Honorable Madlala. I'm online, Chair.
Oh, okay. Well, as I have actually indicated that we would like to apologize for not being able to arrange for a translation. It's because we had received the presentation in English. So it's only now that the presenter has decided to do so in Afrikaans.
Yeah, yes, it's within their rights, sir.
Yeah. No problem. We have actually secured the services of a translator here. So you will be sorted out.
Highly appreciated. Thank you so much, Chair.
Goeiemôre. Jy kan in Afrikaans praat en dan gaan ek dit oorvertaal in Engels. Ek weet nie wie praat nie. Okay, meneer kan in Afrikaans praat en dan gaan ek dit in Engels sê. Okay?
Meneer is reg so, dankie.
Dankie.
2008 is ons gestig. Die staat het vir ons 42 miljoen rand gegee om te belê in die besigheid. En ons het 'n verdere 8 miljoen rand by die bank geleen.
Meneer moet net vir my 'n bietjie stadiger praat. So meneer kan ons weer herhaal en dan gee my net 'n tydjie dat ek vertaal.
Okay. Toe ons aandele bekom het die staat ons befonds met 42 miljoen rand.
When we were instituted, the department gave us 42 million.
Ons het 'n verdere 8 miljoen rand gaan byleen om die kooptotaal van 52 miljoen rand vol te maak.
We got a further 8 million rand.
So die totale 33% het vir ons 52 miljoen rand gekos.
The total 33% share cost us, herhaal weer?
52 miljoen.
52 million.
En die plase wat daarbey betrokke was, waarvan ons 33% besit het.
The farms that were involved where we own a share of 33%.
Is Langrivier.
It's Langrivier, or Lang River.
Lytjies Kloof.
Lytjies Kloof. Libertas.
Wyde Kloof. 32 degrees south.
And 32 degrees south.
Dit was die transaksies wat aangegaan is, sodat ons kan 32%, althans die 33% aandele kry.
Those were the transactions that took place and we ended up owning 33% share.
So ons het nou punt nommer 3 op my lysie, die groei en ontwikkeling van die besigheid.
So now I'm going to go through the growth, and the ontwikkeling means development of the business.
Die trust het baie goed gegroei.
The trust grew quite well.
En die financiële goed, die financiële kant van die zaak was ook goed. Daarvoor het ons voor de meel ook bijgekocht. De meel en Jonkershoek.
It went so well that we were able to purchase 2 further farms that he named.
De meel
The Meel being one,
zonder water.
and Sonarwater being the second one.
So dat was toe bijgevoegd bij die andere plaatsen.
So those were added onto the farms that we mentioned earlier.
Die besigheid, die verhouding tussen ons, tussen die trust en ons vernoot,
Now I'm going to go through the relationship between us and the partners.
het baie versleg en dit het later 'n eenrigting ding geword.
It deteriorated quite quickly, and after all of that, it became a one-sided relationship.
Ons was nie geken in besluitneming nie, ons was nergens in ag geneem nie.
We were never consulted in any decision-making, we were never taken into account.
So toe ons later vir ons hulp begin inkry.
Later on, we started getting help or requesting help.
Ons het toe maar soos vir Igor Bonsai hulle en daai manne het ons ingekry om vir ons te kom help.
We asked the mentioned person to come and help us.
Ek is nou by punt nommer 4 by die finansiële prestasie van in dividende.
I'm now by point number 4, where we talk about dividends and the financial statements.
Vir 18 jaar
For 18 years,
het ons R3,500 dividend gekry.
we got 3,350 rand worth of dividends.
In 2009 het ons R1,000 gekry.
In 2009, we got a total of 1,000 rand.
In 2011 het ons 1,500.
In 2011 het ons 1,500 gekry.
In 2025 het ons weer R1,000 gekry.
In 2025, we got another 1,000 rand.
So vir ons was dit onaanvaarbaar.
To us, it was not acceptable.
Die besigheid het goed gedoen.
The business did well.
Die besigheid het gefloreer
The business was flourishing,
en die besigheid het vorentoe gegaan, maar
En-
ons mense het gestagneer.
and the business was growing, but our people were stuck.
Die begunstigdes het later begin bekommerd raak.
The people part of our scheme started getting concerned.
Die rede hoekom ons bekommerd geraak was, ons het geen finansiële state gesien nie.
And the main reason why we all started getting concerned is because we had no access to any financial information.
Ons was nie deel gemaak van strategiese beplannings nie.
We were never part of any strategic decision-making.
Maar dis hoekom ons moes toe maar hulp inkry om vir ons te help.
And that's when we needed, because we had no choice to get assistance.
4.3 is,
I'm now by point 4.3.
niks was vir ons deursigtig nie, want ons het van ons het begin niks insaag gehad, niks was deursigtig nie.
Nothing was ever transparent because we had no information at no point.
Ons het 'n oorspronklike bestuurs alternatiewe begunstigdes deelnemer deur strukture voorsien en werker aandeelhouers sou verteenwoordig, maar niks het gerealiseer nie.
The initial structure in the management was that we, the people that were part of the beneficiaries, would be part of these meetings and would be part of the decision-making, but nothing of that ever occurred.
Ek is op by 5.3,
I'm now by point 5.3.
impak op begunstigdes.
The impact that we had.
Weer eens het die bekommernisse opgekom.
Again, some concerns started coming up.
die beloftes en goed wat gemaak is nie nagekom nie.
All of the promises and all of the commitments that were made, none of them were, as iemand my kan help met die naam voldoen in Engels? Realized. Sorry, I also think in Afrikaans.
Want ons niks is gedoen aan ons kinders vir tersiêre opleiding soos aan die begin vir ons gesê is nie.
No assistance we got no assistance for our kids, especially when it comes to their education or higher education as we were promised in the beginning.
As gevolg van dit het 'n groot mate van wantroue begin.
As a result of that, a lot of unhappiness started occurring.
Ons was heeltemal gesideline nou.
We were totally sidelined, meaning eenkantig gesit.
Die historiese dokumentasie dui aan dat aansienlike moeite belê is in eienaarskapsopvoeding.
The historical documents indicate that a lot of effort should have been put in or invested when it comes to our education.
Finansiële geletterdheid,
Our financial literacy,
bestuursopleiding,
governance training,
leierskapopleiding,
leadership development,
persoonlike groeiprogramme.
personal growth programs.
Daai goed het net gedeeltelik plaasgevind.
Those things only happened very partially.
Ons kom by punt 7, beoordeling van oorspronklike ooreenkomste.
We have now reached point 7, which is the assessment of the original agreements.
Die trust erken dat verskeie noemenswaardige prestasies gedoen is.
The original trust recognizes that several things or achievements were supposed to occur.
Eienaarskap transformasie.
Ownership transformation.
Soos ek sê, ons was 242 begunstigdes.
Like I said, we are 242 worker beneficiaries.
Ons ekonomiese insluiting, ons het geglo dat ons gaan ekonomies beter afwees.
And then when it came to our economic inclusion, we believed that we'll be economically in a better place.
Maar dit was nie die geval nie.
But that was not the case.
Die ondernemings volhoubaarheid.
The enterprise sustainability.
Die besigheid het goed gegroei. Die volhoubaarheid in die besigheid was goed.
The business grew quite well, and when you look at the operations of the business, everything was good.
Maar dit het nie terug gereflek na ons as mede-aandeelhouers nie.
But that did not reflect back to us as the beneficiaries.
Kom by 7.2, gebiede waar doelwitte slegs gedeeltelik bereik is.
Now we are by point 7.2. Now we are by point 7.2.
Ons het gedink dit sal 'n volhoubare 'n welvaartskepping wees vir ons mense.
We thought it will be a good objective for our people.
Maar dit het nie gebeur nie.
But that did not happen.
Alles wat gesê is, beloftes wat gemaak is het nie gerealiseer nie.
Everything that was said, promises that were made, none of those came true.
Ons was nie by betekenisvolle besluitneming was ons nie geken nie.
We were never at critical and meaningful decision making. We never took part in that.
Punt 8, die huidige uitdagings van nou.
Point 8, our current challenges.
Finansiële uitdagings.
Financial challenges.
Omdat ons nie gedeel word of geken word by finansiële besluite nie, is ons in die duister.
Because we are never shown or even take part of any financial decisions, we are in the dark.
Ons kry geen inligting nie
We never get any information.
en dit gee vir ons wantroue in die besigheid.
And that has resulted in us having distrust in the business.
Maar ons moet dit nie die oog uit verloor nie. Ons as aandeelhouers het wantrou, maar die besigheid het stil goed gedoen.
But we must not lose focus that when you look at the business was doing well or is doing well.
Punt 9.
We are now by point number 9.
Die trust verwelkom die parlement se toesigprogram en neem kennis dat die komitee langwyde in Maart 2026 besoek het as deel en ondersoek van 'n plaasgelykheidsskema.
We are by point 9. We welcome any decision and oversight being made by the parliamentary committee.
Bestuursmislukkings.
Can we please have point 9 on the screen? Thank you. Anything to do with the governance failures?
Gebrek aan begunstigde deelname.
Lack of any true participation or beneficiary participation.
Swak deursigtigheidsreëlings.
Poor transparency arrangements.
Beperkte dividenduitkerings.
Limited dividend payments.
Swak staatsmoniterings.
And
en evalueringssystems.
weak state monitoring and evaluation systems.
Die trust glo dat die parlement 'n ingryping in 'n belangrike geleentheid bied om die langdurige kwessies binne die plaasgelykheidskemas aan te spreek.
We as the trust believe that the parliament's intervention presents a very important opportunity for us to address long-standing issues within our equity scheme program.
Nommer 10.
We are now by number 10.
Aanbevelings.
We are now by our recommendations.
Onafhanklike finansiële hersiening.
We are now by an independent review.
Onafhanklike hersiening moet opdrag gegee word om te ondersoek.
When we talk about an independent review, this review should be able to examine the following:
Finansiële prestasie.
Historical finances,
Bateverkrygings.
asset acquisitions,
Verkope en billike waardeaanpassings.
marketing and distribution,
Bemarking, verspreiding, kliëntebeleide en bestuur.
it should look at also the bestuur. Wat is die naam vir bestuur?
Management.
Management.
Finansiële deursigtigheidsraamwerk.
Financial management policies.
Verpligte openbaarmaking moet insluit.
The person that's scrolling, can we please go a little bit up? He is finance. There we go. Thank you. When we talk about this, there must be mandatory disclosures that should include
Geauditeerde jaarlikse finansiële state.
audited annual financial statements,
Verslagstoelingsstandaarde.
financial management policies,
Finansiële bestuursbeleide.
financial management policies,
Prestasieverslae.
and annual incentive schemes.
Jaarlikse aansporingsverslae.
Kan meneer dit weer herhaal?
Jaarlikse aansporingsverslae.
Annual incentives,
Batewaardasies.
asset valuations,
Aandelewaardasies.
equity valuations.
Aanbeveling 3.
We are now by recommendation number 3,
Bestuursvorming.
governance reform.
Die komitee moet bevorder
The committee should please promote
onafhanklike direkteure,
independent directors,
versterkte trustee-verteenwoordiging,
strengthened trustee representation,
jaarlikse bestuursaudite,
annual governance audits,
begunstigde deelname en standaarde.
beneficiary participation standards.
Aanbeveling 4,
Recommendation number 4,
begunstigde bemagtiging.
beneficiary empowerment.
Die regering moet ondersteun finansiële geletterdheid,
The government should please support financial literacy initiatives,
bestuursopleiding,
leadership development,
leierskapopleiding,
leadership development in the trusteeships,
trustee capaciteitsbou.
and trustee capacity building.
Aanbeveling 5,
We are now by recommendation number 5,
nasionale plaasgelijkheidsskema.
National Farm Equity Scheme Framework.
Die departement moet ontwikkel
The department should develop
standaards bestuursvereistes,
standard governance requirements,
verslagdoeningsverpligtinge,
reporting obligations,
dividendbeleide en
dividend
riglyne,
policy guidelines,
deelnamestandaarde,
participation standards,
monitering en evaluerings.
monitoring and evaluation protocols.
Aanbeveling 6,
Recommendation number 6,
geskilbeslegtigingsmeganisme,
dispute resolution mechanism.
'n onafhanklike bemiddeling,
There should be an independent mediation,
arbitrasiemeganisme
an arbitration mechanism
moet ingestel word om geskille op te los.
should be established to resolve disputes.
Gevolgtrekking.
In conclusion,
Die langwyde trust bly verbind tot die beginsel van werkersbesit en glo
we as the Langwide Employees Trust, we remain committed to the principle of worker ownership,
dat 'n goed bestuurde plaasgelykheidsskema beduidende kan bydra tot landbou.
we believe that a proper, well-governed farm equity schemes can actually contribute to agriculture,
Landelike ontwikkeling en inklusiewe ekonomiese groei.
agricultural transformation, rural development, and inclusive economic growth.
Die trust erken dat aanvanklike suksesse wat deur die langwyde transaksie behaal is,
The trust acknowledges the initial successes achieved through the Langwide transaction
en erken die beduidende belegging deur die beide die regering se kommersiële belanghebbendes.
and recognizes a substantial investment made by both the government and commercial stakeholders.
Begunstigdes bly egter bekommerd dat
We as the beneficiaries remain concerned
sleuteldoele rakende die deursigtigheid,
that key objectives relating to transparency,
betekenisvolle deelname
meaningful participation,
en billike voordeelverdeling
and equitable sharing of benefits
nie ten volle verwesenlik is nie.
have not been fully realized.
Die trust versoek daarom met respek
The trust therefore respectfully
dat die portefeulje komitee die implementering
that the portfolio committee supports the implementation
van versterkte bestuursmeganismes,
of strengthened governance mechanisms,
verbeterde finansiële deursigtigheid,
enhanced financial transparency,
onafhanklike hersiening
independent reviews,
waar toepaslike nasionale hervormings
where appropriate, and national reforms
wat beginselde sentraal plaas
that place beneficiaries
in plaasgelykheidskemas onderneem.
at the center of farm equity schemes.
Deur hierdie bekommernisse konstruktief aan te spreek,
By addressing our concerns constructively,
het die parlement die geleentheid om nie net
Parliament has the opportunity not only
uitdagings by belangwyde op te los nie, maar ook die plaasgelykheidskemas programme landwyd te versterk en te vertrou.
not only to resolve challenges at Langveld, but also the challenges that many of the farm equity schemes programs experience nationally.
En een van Zuid-Afrika's belangrijkste landbouwtransformatie-instrumenten is te herstel.
And one of South Africa's most important agricultural transformation instruments, herstel beteken? Repair.
I just want to add two figures to the extensive presentation that's been described. So, Mr. Hugo, I hope you'll forgive me kind of just tacking a figure on here, but I want to summarize this for the committee with three figures. So this was a business that was 18 years ago was worth 150 million rand. It is now worth approximately 650 million rand. Divide the value of the business by the third owned by the shareholders and the number of shareholders, each is nominally entitled to at least 400,000 rand. What they have seen is the derisory small quantities of dividends that you saw in the presentation earlier. So those are the three figures, 150 million to approximately 650 million, depending on the valuation. Hundreds of thousands of rands per shareholder on paper, which simply haven't translated into dividends. Mr. Hugo, if I've got that wrong, please correct me, but that's how I understand the facts.
Thank you for that clarification. I would call upon Mr. Gumede and give him some 6-7 minutes to do the presentation because he was reported to be having another appointment. Is he there?
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm here. I was just waiting for my presentation to be flighted today. Or maybe I can just begin with the introductions as he's still trying to flight my presentation there. I am Nkanyiso Gumede. I'm a researcher from an institute which is based at the University of the Western Cape, called Institute for Poverty, Land and Agrarian Studies. My presentation, a lot of points that I was going to touch on have been touched on. So what I will maybe focus on, maybe can you go to slide number 9 that I've borrowed from our colleagues at LRC. Thank you so much. Yeah, the historical part has already been covered, so you can move on to slide number 9. Slide number 9. It's actually a photo. Yes. Okay. So my presentation is based on the research that we as the Institute have done over a long period of time. And it is also informed by our deliberations in different forums where would be invited by communities and also be invited where there are different stakeholders involved. So the question that I will be responding on is farm worker equity schemes as land reform instrument. That is what I will respond on. Firstly, I think everyone sees here that beneficiaries have not benefited as expected because the goal here was that for the beneficiaries, there will be financial benefit in terms of dividends, and there will be financial benefit through employment, secured employment. And the goal was also that there will be a ownership of a productive asset, or including business. And also, most importantly, is the issue of security of tenure for many farm workers and dwellers who are also found on these farms. But I think from all these presentations, and our colleagues, the petitioners, we can see that that has not happened. And why that has not happened, it's simply because between this relationship exists an unequal relationship that was meant to be neutralized by the presence of the state. But we see that the state has been absent. And here, I will not try to attack the state, but maybe it's to come up with some recommendations, as well as some recommendations for oversight for the portfolio committee. Can you move to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Thank you so much. Maybe firstly, it is for me to declare that I support the recommendations made by our colleagues, the petitioners, together with the communities, because it's the communities who know what they need. That is why I support the statement that was said earlier on, that in whatever intervention that is being made in the existing farm worker equity schemes, we must be cognizant that there is no uniform solution. So what does that mean? It means that there needs to be some form of consultation with the communities. That is why I support the recommendations from our petitioners, where they are calling for accountability and redress. But now also looking forward, maybe it is for the department to think about alternatives. Because we've heard now and again where farm workers and dwellers saying that instead of making us enter into these arrangements, why not appoint us as the beneficiaries, as the direct beneficiaries, and provide us with transformative mentors and strategic partners, where there is a strong monitoring and evaluation from the state. But we know that also from the state side, the issue of capacity has always been raised. Maybe the question we should be asking ourselves is, what are we doing around that to ensure that, for instance, there are dedicated officers who will focus on monitoring and servicing these equity share schemes? Why don't we maybe focus on calling for more transparency, as the community was saying? Because we keep on hearing that these are dividends that the communities are getting, but nobody knows how these dividends are calculated. Nobody knows how the decision, how the money invested by government is used. That information is not readily available. Maybe that is where we should be heading towards too. So the first recommendation here as a way forward is that, I heard earlier on the chairperson saying that they've since stopped, the department has stopped to implement them. That was the one recommendation, to say maybe it's time that we do not promote them, we do not implement new ones, but we provide on securing communities with secure tenure. We ensure that there are fair working conditions and there are proper living conditions for the farm workers. But whatever intervention that is there must be informed by the realities that are on the ground. The second point mainly speaks to what the petitioners have already highlighted, the need to investigate, the need for more research. But what is also important is the issue of a full socio-economic evaluation, where we look at how individuals have been impacted. Because usually oversight, how oversight is done, it's usually, yes, it is looked at by looking at the business, whether the business is productive or not, if there is commercial success on the farm, if there is production on farm. That actually does not tell you anything about the beneficiaries, because within the schemes or the trust themselves, there is also a tendency of elite capture, where some within the community capture all the benefits while others do not benefit. So that is why the call for a full socioeconomic evaluation for all those that are meant to benefit, so that there is a clear picture of whether they are benefiting or not from this arrangement. Earlier on, the petitioners did mention that the issue of some workers who have been dismissed. Some of them, we come across them in research sites where we are doing a research on in informal settlements, where now they live. I think they must also be identified so that they also get to benefit. Okay, the point here is on some of these share equity schemes that are still continuing. There has been, can you please go to the following slide, please? Yes. There has been some concerns with regards to where the workers stand in terms of like shareholding, where there are concerns around providing share certificates. I will not dwell much on that point because it has been covered by the petitioners. I think what is most important here is also allowing them to identify community members or the beneficiaries to identify their own mentors and strategic partners, because usually they will be appointed by the department and they end up not being accountable to those communities. I think if we are introducing mentors and strategic partners, it has to be transformative mentors and strategic partners, because it has happened that one company is appointed a number of times on different farms, but there are no real tangible benefit for the farm workers. Then you ask yourself, then on what basis are they being appointed? So that's really needs to be looked at. If we see that they are not transformative, they are not beneficial to the communities, then those companies, individuals must not continue to provide mentoring and strategic partnership services. There was a question on a legislative framework. I think what we should be pushing for is what farm workers and dwellers are calling for. Most of them, if in these platforms, they do not necessarily intend to participate in global value chains. They just want a piece of land to live with their communities where they're secure. They want a better living conditions. So the focus should be around that, to say we are providing farm workers and dwellers with land so that they are able to sustain themselves and lead a productive life. The production is usually for subsistence purposes, where they intend to engage for subsistence purposes. But if there are communities that want to engage in production for commercial purposes, they must be supported. If you pick up from the presentation by Dr. Ndombela, he kept on emphasizing that there was a lot of state investment that went into the current farmers that today we say are successful commercial farmers. So a similar model must be employed in supporting farm workers and dwellers. Then the last point, because I have spoken about strong monitoring and evaluation, is on the issue of illegal evictions. I think that must really be on top of what this committee and the department focuses on, because we see a lot of illegal evictions continuing, but we do not hear of any prosecutions of the perpetrators. I think if we can address that, then I think that we would have done right by the farm workers and farm dwellers who who continues to be disadvantaged, who remain as citizens who are without rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that presentation. I will actually stop here and not invite comments or clarity-seeking questions from honorable members. I would ask us to break for lunch and be back at 2:15. And I would like to invite all of us to actually break bread with us. I think the secretary will actually announce the logistics of how and where that is going to take place.
Okay, Cynthia, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the lunch is catered at the back of the stage, but we go out through the door and then there's an entrance to the dining hall. Can we please allow members to go first and the rest will follow? Thanks.
Thank you.
I had indicated earlier that I have a commitment at 2. If maybe there are quick questions or not.
Yeah, in fact, that is why I allowed you to speak before we break for lunch.
But, what, no questions. Yeah,
I know that you were ready to take questions if there were any. Are all members on those who are online, who are visual, are they online now? Is the line open? Yes.
Van Dijk is online.
Thank you, honorable members. We should be ready to start in a minute or two. We still have quite a substantial list of people to do presentations. And for that reason, I am now going to ration our time and allocate 5 minutes per presentation. You know, some of us in Parliament are given 3 minutes to say whatever we want to say within 3 minutes. And we've been doing so for years. So it's not unusual. I'm going to give Ms. Van Kerver of Stellenbosch. Is she in? Is she online? Well, is she online right now?
Yes, Ms. Moran. I don't know.
Ms. Van Kervel, is she online now? Is she ready? So that we can actually move on to someone else. Okay, if she's not, then we'll move on to Afasa. Mr. Bacon. Is he around? Or is he online as well? Is he around? Okay, we are moving on. Then we will get a briefing by Nevondo, Mr. Nevondo of Bono Equity Scheme.
Yeah.
Can you please come closer? You rather too far. You may.
Chair, he was a prolific soccer player in his days. We went to University of Fort Hare together.
Wow.
He was very good in football.
So then what happened to him? I mean, his soccer skills.
I suppose he started supporting Orlando Pirates instead of Kaizer Chiefs.
Well, I can assure.
I started farming.
See that.
I started farming.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Bono.
Thank you, Chair. committee members and everybody in this room. My name is Evans Nevondo. Just to be clear, the farms I'm involved in are not equity schemes. That's so you get it through as we go down. So there are farms where I am a trustee, and there are farms where I'm a managing director of a company called Bono. Bono is a farm management company. We manage farms and export. So the first farm in my presentation will be one that is called Kangela. It's in the Eastern Cape in Ado. This farm is owned 100% by the trust. It was bought through a loan from then Ovimba Bank, or ECR, that is ECRDA today. We have a company called KET that is managing the farm, and this KET company is owned 100% by the trust. We have appointed a company called Lorna to do the management and marketing. In that company, both beneficiaries or trustees are directors. So we have about 3 trustees that are directors and 2 directors from Lorna. You go to the next slide, 1, 2, 3, 4, slide number 5. It's just written KET on top. Now down, go back. Yeah, that. So in 2019, you'll see the, no, sorry, can you go up again? It's not there. Go up, yeah. Yeah, no, down 1 slide. Yeah. So when we appointed this company called Lorna in 2019, you will see we had 21 permanent workers. Today we have 38. We had 150 seasonal workers. Today we have 167. We had 136 hectares planted. Today we have 292. We exported 120,000 cartons in 2019. Today we are exporting 258. So if we include the program we have with Miguel, Sam Miguel, we have an equivalent of 362 cartons that we are exporting. Next slide. I'm trying to move with your time, Chair. So when it comes to employment, we actually have about 34 beneficiaries. We always prioritize beneficiaries, their siblings, wives, and all that. We still stick on our 13-check guarantee. In December, we give each beneficiary a sheep, but they've now converted it to a meat, which is their choice. We give them a uniform or school fees of 3,000, back to school 3,000 rand in January. And around Easter, we have consistently since 2019 been paying them around 27,000 per beneficiary. Only from this year, we moved to 30,000. All workers in the farm have a medical plan, funeral covers, pension fund, disabilities, and the company is contributing their 549 beneficiaries contribute 45 rand. So that is Kangela. So just to be clear, Kangela is not an equity scheme. It was bought through a loan, and that loan was through Ovimba Bank. When it comes to Bono, where I am the managing director and the 50% shareholder, here we are involved in a plus farms. The farms, there are two farms in Ado in the Eastern Cape, which is Green Gables and Sunland. In these farms, the beneficiaries are majority shareholders. They are 60% in an operating company. Bono is a 40% equity shareholder in an operating company. So on the governance and participation, we do that through some Eastern Cape, they are under a trust. The Western Cape farms are under a core board. So they are in the trust beneficiaries. They have got representatives. We have joint venture agreements that was drafted between our lawyers and the department lawyers. The beneficiaries are directors, and they are involved in the decision-making in the management, also in the management of the farms. So Sunland in the Eastern Cape, it's under a lease. They signed the lease in 2018. All these farms, they are under a 30-year lease. We have 27 beneficiaries. We have planted 193 hectares, and we have about 100 hectares that is still available to plant. Green Gables, the lease was signed in 2016. There are 10 beneficiaries. Planted hectares is 25, and then we have 20 hectares that we can still plant. In the Western Cape, we have a farm called Ridwalk Farm. They got the lease in 2016. It's a 30-year lease. It's leased to a Fundani co-op. They've got 34 beneficiaries, 60 hectares planted, it's a table grape, 60 hectares of table grapes, 29 hectares of citrus. You can still plant for another 17. We have Mount Picket that got a lease in 2016 under Fundani with 19 beneficiaries and 40 hectares planted. You have about 400 hectares that you can still plant. Capacity building, we consistently have training programs where we hire people from outside that come and do assessments on the needs of the workers in general. We do mentorship. If you come to our farms, you will see some of the beneficiaries in a higher level up to a managerial position that we have groomed. We also have fresh and all that where the kids of the beneficiaries are looked after, like that financial performance. The grape farms were acquired by the department in 2011. From 2011 up to somewhere 2016, we consistently paid dividends, reasonable up to 60,000 per beneficiary per year. But from 2016, we removed everything, those farms. One, because of age. Two, because of undesirable varieties. So most of them were varieties with seeds in grapes that you can't get market. And some of them were because those particular varieties, you can only produce up to 3,000 cartons per hectare. And today you cannot survive if you are not doing a minimum of 5,500 cartons per hectare. So that is in both farms. We had to go and look for funding ourselves, stood surety and all that, but we're not able to source enough funding to can plant the farms back to where they were. Rietkloof, it had 102 hectares of grapes. Manpiquet, it had 77 hectares. If you look now, Rietkloof is planted 60 hectares, Manpiquet only 40. And with that scale, you cannot sustainably run and have enough for the dividend. So we are still trying to source funding on that. The problem that we are faced with, challenges. The lease agreements that we have, no bank accept that. That lease agreement is not bankable. We have not been receiving any financial support from the department, and there are a lot of some inconsistencies in the lease. The lease says that you must have a strategic partner, you must form an operating company, but you cannot lease the land. So we don't know how are you going to operate if you can't lease that land to an operating company where beneficiaries are majority shareholders. So legally, you cannot operate in that farm. That's one. Two, in some of these restrictions and contradictions, you always struggle when you have unproductive hectares that needs to be removed and replanted. The process that you have to go through, it's costly because you cannot live and not look after those trees. So it becomes very difficult to operate under these conditions. So that means even when you are sourcing funding to run the farms, then it's a problem because wherever you can get funding, it's either that funding is too expensive currently. To run the farms that I have, I need to have 110 million rand per year just on operations. So for me to get that, the only person who can give that will charge you prime +5, prime +6. So if you look at that, the very same profit that you are supposed to get is gone into interest. So you cannot farm like that. Then you have land bank. There was a question here on the Land Bank Act here that you have to look at. There is blended farm funding that one would have thought it's meant for projects like this. And with the lease, Land Bank does not accept this lease without a land because the land is not transferred. You have to have a guarantee and you can't use any of this as guarantee. And the guarantee that they want, you can't use a cession. You can't even use a notarial deed. They only need bank guarantee or an asset. That is Land Bank for you to get blended funding. So if you are borrowing just a working capital of 110, that means you have to have a bank guarantee of 110 million that they keep in the bank. So that's the challenges that I hope in this gathering, things like that will be looked at so that there are flexibilities and ways in which places like Land Bank where there is blending, IDC, APSA, then they can have these projects. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Well, thank you. Mr. Navondo. Before we open for the interaction by members, I would like to call one more presenter. Miss Mzamo of Lutando Farm. Is she online? Miss Mzamo, you are on the floor.
Miss Mizamo. Hi, Miss Mizamo.
Okay, can we move on? And move on to Mr. Mpemba. Of Badiramoho Equity Scheme.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, Chair, and greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity. It's a second time on this session. Our last time, I think I was you were in Northern Cape in Eastern Scale. Yeah, when I present to you the very same problem, with I think now it's becoming very big without resolution. Chair, the Badramoko Trust is a farm equity scheme. As per equity scheme, were aimed to provide the opportunity primarily to farm employees to purchase equity in the form of shares in existing farm enterprises. This equity scheme of the Badramoko Trust has shares in Sonfreg farming, 45%, with the Chaco Trust, 55%. The very same Badramoko Trust is formed by the 42 beneficiaries in the Northern Cape, the farm worker beneficiaries who were supposed to enjoy their shares, each and a yearly share. Around 2007, the trustees of the Badramoko Trust, they issued the beneficiaries a paper which was written in Afrikaans. The very same paper which was then later used as a deed of sale. Some of the beneficiaries signed this paper, and some of them were in Kuruman. This paper was transferred to them to Kuruman. There was no meeting held by the beneficiaries who are now said that they sold their shares. The very same paper has a mere amount of 20,000, where the beneficiaries attached that they were supposed to get their dividend at that year, 2007. The beneficiaries were removed from the farm and they were cut off the equity scheme. Later, when we approached the Department of Rural Development, there was no help. They sent us back and said we must get a legal opinion. Though they were the founders of this equity scheme, they never had time to look into this. They never have maybe at least a time to investigate on whether this was a proper action or it was a fraud action. The very same Afrikaans document contain no buyer, doesn't have a buyer. It only have a seller, and it doesn't identify the value of shares, and it doesn't identify to who are the shares are being transferred, because there was no proper procedure followed on this occasion. In 2026, the provincial department established under Mr. Bonokwane and the former MEC Shushu, they established the Equity Scheme Forum. The very same Equity Scheme Forum was acknowledged by the Department of Rural Development under Mr. Itumeleng Mashune. I don't know whether now he's the Deputy Chief Director or what, but he was in the security tenure. The very same Equity Scheme Forum was aimed to intervene and investigate the maladministration which happens in the equity schemes in the Northern Cape. They were stakeholders. The Master of High Court was one of them, since the equity scheme are the trust, and the trust are being administered or registered in the Master of High Court's office. The department, the provincial department, requested the master to intervene and intervene and investigate this matter through Trust Property Control, Section 16 of Trust Property Act. There was an investigator which was appointed, Mr. Sibashe. He conducted the investigation, and investigation was done. I think by today he is paid of his investigation, more than the disputal between the Master of High Court and the department surrounding his payment. Chair, the very same investigation now I'm indicating is this investigation which is not even been recognized by the department. I have last year earlier, right to the CD Muketi of our Northern Cape Provincial. He is the leader of our Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. I wrote him and I asked him surrounding this investigation, which the very same investigation have findings and has the recommendations. Why can't they implement the recommendation, which I think one of the recommendations is the restorations of shares? Then since the department seemed to go with the selling of shares without looking into how proper procedures were followed, they go with the beneficiaries sold their shares voluntarily sold their shares. There is no evidence that the beneficiaries sold their shares, because the very same 20,000 which was paid was from Sonvrecht farming, was from the very same farm which was founded and was funded by the department, the very same farm which has 45% shares of the Badiramogo Trust. So the same equity scheme beneficiaries were totally robbed on this practice. But the department has, ma'am, I've been pleading with the department to intervene. I have, if we can look into my records, the email I wrote weekly to the portfolio committee, including the department CD, it shows how concerned the beneficiaries are on these equity schemes, especially on the Badiramogo Trust, which was well investigated. I have noted on the letter, a response letter to my email early last week, from the CD, where I asked I wish the portfolio committee can at least intervene and commission a forensic audit on this equity schemes. But it was then written as their response that they are waiting for the South African Police Service investigation, which is still pending. I want to put it clear that, Chair, the Hawks are investigating this issue of the Badiramoko Trust, but I wish to take you to the background of this case of the Badiramoko Trust. This case of Badiramoko Trust was shut down by the South African Police Service here in Kakamas Police Station in many times. The Hawks took this 2019 to investigate, and of which this year it's 5 years. In 5 years, they've been investigating this. And I can guarantee you, you can request any progress done by Northern Cape Hawks on this investigation, on our investigation. I don't have any confidence that this issue will be resolved, especially by the Hawks or especially by our department, especially the Northern Cape, because the department seem to avoid the accountability on this issue. Without the department's intervention on this issue, since they are the funder of the equity scheme, I don't see the equity scheme being successful, because at the very same time, they are now acting on protecting the farmer instead of the farm worker who they funded, who they were part of the empowerment. Chair, the aim of empowerment, we must not put it aside. The aim of empowerment is part of the transformation to unlock or to unwrite the disadvantage of past, and of which the farm workers are facing each and every day. The farm workers are not into the position of fighting for themselves, are hardly even to afford for legal representative for themselves. Now we have the issue where the equity scheme was supposed to be a pave or a way to uplift their life and at least to take away this whole poverty out of their life. Then we have the department who don't care, who don't even give anything to ensure that, who don't even give an effort in showing these issues are being addressed. I wish, Chair, to put it on the table that the meetings with the portfolio committee, I truly appreciate. And again, the meeting with the portfolio committee are very progressible in a way that we are engaging. But at the very same time, when are we going to end this engagement then, so that we can have an implementation, we can have a results on this equity scheme? The Northern Cape had 21 equity scheme, failed equity scheme, and there's an investigation which was investigated in the Northern Cape, but no one seemed to carry here in the Northern Cape. Now, the last time I checked, we were in Eastern Cape in Camus when I presented this my presentation to you, Chair. The MEC Mutlapping, the new MEC Mutlapping, and the new HOD Zolile Monakani, they committed themselves into resolve, and they even said by their words that they have done 50% of their job in assuring the resolution on this matter. But March has passed beyond. April has passed beyond. On the 3rd of June, there was a briefing by Mr. Muketsi on the equity scheme. He talked very much of the Hawks being busy of this matter and with the South African Human Rights Commission. Chair, the Hawks can be busy with this matter, but I can promise you that the Northern Cape Hawks are very slowly, are not helping. And the department is not willing to help, are coming as some members who don't, some officials who are not willing to help. Now, it gives us a benefit of doubt on whether are they not benefiting on this equity scheme, because if they were not benefiting on this equity scheme could have been long resolved. The very same department doesn't seem care too much on interfering with the farmers who are the partners on this equity scheme. They don't care about how the farmers are being practicing their right, how the farm workers are being treated. They don't even care how the equity schemes are being run. Because we now speaking, Chair, the Charcoal Trust is the most successful business here in the Northern Cape. It doesn't even end there. They extend even their business, their export business. They go horizontal. They even bought the 50% of their supplier. That's how the business has grown. The business development was very successful in the business in the Charcoal Trust way. But the beneficiaries, the 30 beneficiaries actually who were robbed of this, they are not part of that success. Their whole thing was only a front page of these equity schemes. So now, Chair, I don't know how many times do we have to ask the department's intervention? How many times can we ask for them at least to commission a forensic investigation? And if they commit to commission the forensic audit investigation, they must make sure they freeze or seize each and every equity scheme. Every farm that has an equity is registered with the equity scheme. That will be at least a first step to show their commitment in resoluting this whole program. But as things stand, I don't see this happening anytime soon. What I see now it's only a meeting after meeting. It's only a meeting after meeting with a lot of disagreement and lot of views, but the whole issue, the main content to resolve this issue, is being ignored. And my conclusion on this, it didn't surprise me when the partner, the commercial partner, is not part of this meeting as per requested or has been invited by the secretary, Mr. Lwazi. I am not surprised, because that's what the white farmers are doing. The white farmers are showing who they are. And it's not about the position where you can be, but what you're afraid of doing. And what we're afraid of doing, it's been led by the department. It's paving, it's a foundation laid by the department. They are afraid of these white farmers. If they are again committed to resolve this, they must at least invite the SIU, because the Hawks are very slowly. The Hawks are very slowly, and there's nothing guaranteed that the Hawks can do. But the SIU can at least assist on this matter. And on top of that, each and every farm registered with the equity scheme must be freeze, must be closed till this issue is resolved. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you. In fact, I was about to remind you that your allocated time actually had been exhausted. Thank you for that. We had given an opportunity to a FASA representative, but was not available. If he's there, I would like to do so now before we actually close this session. It seems he's not there. And Ms. Van Kervel, if she is also not there, we are going to...
I am here, Chair.
Okay, you are on the floor. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
I'm also here, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone. Before I start, I want to remind the portfolio committee that these schemes were given for a reason, and the reason was to benefit and enhance the farm worker, and it didn't happen. So that was the aim of these schemes. What I want to know is, are these schemes going to be investigated? And I heard just now that someone did include the hawks, but nothing happened. Because we need, Chair, 700 million rand. Is it a waste of the department, or is it the department can still benefit from these 700 million rand that they give to schemes to enhance the lives of the farm workers? Chair, 20 years have gone. Did this schemes reach its birthday date? Can it still be taken to court? What I want also to know is, if we buy and put into trust, what is happening to what is in the trust if you leave? If you leave as a trust owner, what happened to what is in the trust? Do you get it market value out of the trust, or do you just walk away with absolutely nothing? Farms farms that's been bought by trust money. Our people get evicted from these farms, and you know what he said? That if our department don't know about it, because if our department knew, they would have stopped the land court to say you can't evict these people from their own farms, because that is what is happening. They get evicted from their own farms, and it's an embarrassment to be evicted from your own farm. Chair, if we don't know what farms belongs to schemes that we invested 700 million rand into, it means that the department don't receive quarterly reports from the farm owners or from the workers' trust, which means we don't know what is happening to 700 million rand. There is no protection for 700 million rand. That's a lot of money that the department invested into these workers' trust. Chair, who's the stakeholders of the department? One of the stakeholders that I would assume would be part is the Human Rights Commission, because dignity is violated of the scheme. The farm owner don't have any respect for the trust owners. So why is the Human Rights Commission not part of this meeting? Or are they here that we just don't know that they are here? Chair, again, can you still take the farm owners to court? Do you see this as corruption? Is this corruption, Chair? Because you invested 700 million rand, and for 700 million rand, there is very little results. Is it corruption, Chair? Can we see this as corruption? Can we take it to court? Or is it too late to take to court? Chair, when are we going to have meetings with the farm owners? Because a story have two sides. Or did you already have meetings with these farm owners?
Okay, madam.
So that we can know what is the side of the farm owners, so that we can also know what is really the market value of this schemes.
Excuse me, madam. I thought you had a prepared presentation, because what we are at right now, we are at the point where we are looking at.
No, I had a prepared presentation. I had a prepared presentation. I changed everything because of the mere fact that ELRC, I think they are, most of my presentation was already sponsored up by them. So I changed and I said to myself, let me rather ask you this. Because I am going to give the almost the exact same presentation as they did.
Okay, madam.
But I also think this is important. What I'm asking, isn't it fair?
Yeah,
Isn't
it
it
is
important to know that
I
did
think
we
it
had
is.
a pilot? Did we
Okay,
had a
madam.
pilot before this was rolled? These schemes was rolled out. Did we had a pilot, Chair, so that we could have known?
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. Please, I hear that your points in the prepared presentation have been covered. So as much as your questions are very, very important, but I think they are slightly misplaced if they were to be asked in this session because nobody's going to answer them now. But they are very important. They've been taken note of. I wonder if you would allow us to proceed because your questions actually have been taken note of, although we were expecting a presentation which has been prepared. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you. I really appreciate your contribution and questions. But I'm afraid that in this session, we had prepared this session just for way forward and presentations, looking at where to from here. But your questions actually have been taken note of because the new DG is here. She's actually been listening to you. Thank you, madam. Can I?
Thank you, Chair.
No. I haven't actually allowed anybody to say anything. I will allow people with a written presentation because that is what we had said when invitations were sent out. In the absence of any written presentation, then it becomes a not so useful interaction because we have no point of reference. Ms. Mzamo,
The corner chair.
you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair. I won't dwell much because I've only got 5 minutes. On my 5 minutes, going through my presentation will be, I'm Nokwanele Mzamo from Lutando Farm. Lutando Farm is situated outside Inweba, Kerkut in the Eastern Cape. And it was established in 2003 when the government have bought the shares through LRAD, and we were then 70 members, but now we are 47 members. And the Workers' Trust is owning.
Chair, I'm sorry to interject. I think, Chair, we interacted with this equity scheme in Eastern Cape. I don't think there is, if it's the same submission that they made, I don't think it is of, or it is of value for today because we already know what is happening there. So with due respect, Chair, I will appreciate if maybe if that is not the case, it can be if they say they've got a different recommendation that they want to present to us, but don't want to be rude. We need to stick to the agenda as we prescribed. Thanks.
Well, thanks, Honorable Maseko. In fact, I was also I was about to find out from her if she was going to give us something different, because we went to that project and we interacted, and I don't think that we should actually subject ourselves to a repeat of what has already been said when we were in the Eastern Cape. I thought she was coming up with something different. Yes. Because we were expecting a contribution from the partners. If she is going to be given that, then that's a different story. Thank you. Ms. Mzamo, are you going to give us the partners' perspective in your presentation?
No, Chair.
Okay, Sisi, I think the honorable members are saying that they appreciate your being present, but now we know about Lutando's story. We were there, we enjoyed your hospitality, and we saw the amount of work that you are doing there. And I don't think there is any need for you to actually still be going through the same motion of telling us what's going on in Lutando, because we already know all that we were interested in, because we have been to your place. We could not, when we were in the Eastern Cape, meet with your strategic partner there. So we thought that we would get his perspective, his or her perspective. Now that you are not actually doing so, then I would respectfully ask you for your indulgence to actually give to someone else this opportunity, because we know exactly about Lutando. We are busy compiling a report about it, because we saw you, we met you, we interacted with you. Thank you, honorable members. I would now afford the honorable members an opportunity to interact, engage, and ask questions if there are any clarity-seeking questions. Thank you. Honorable Isaacs.
Yeah, I don't have a
Or Adams, and after Isaac.
I don't have a question.
Oh, okay.
But I just wanted to remind us that the same applies to Badiramogo. We went to Kemus, we met with them, and we had the same story that we had just now. So I think the issue was that the department in the Northern Cape was supposed to deal with the issue. And then I think what we can do is to find out from them what progress they have made with regards to the Badiramogo issue. Further, Chair, if I can be excused now, I will join online because I must go to my next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Adams.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you to all the presentations that we received. Chairperson, my questions is from the Farm Worker Share Scheme, West. If farm workers mainly require shares rather than land ownership, how does the department regard West as fulfilling the constitutional objective of the reform? And then the Western Cape received the largest funding. What measurable socio-economic benefits have accrued to farm workers in that province? And then the presentation compares West with Plus. What lessons has the department drawn from Plus that could improve the future land restitution programs? And then, Chair, the next questions will be from West Plus. The presentation states that 9 of 88 farm workers equity schemes paid dividends. What has Dalrat done to investigate the remaining schemes and how many have since been audited? Why are many farm workers still not issued with share certificates? And what measures will the department take to ensure that workers have legally recognized proof of ownership? And the last one, what action has the department taken regarding allegations of intimidation, victimization, and the capture of workers trusted by commercial partners? I will stop there, Chair.
Well, thank you, Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I think thank you to the presenters. I just want to find out from Mr. Nevondo, you indicated that the bono is not a farmer equity scheme. So I want to, just for the interest sake, because it was doing well, and as we speak now, you indicated that there are the challenges as you, so that you remove some of the trees, you can plant the grapes, and so that it's giving you a little bit constraints when coming to you have financial constraints when coming to that, and also the dividends are not as they used to be. Is there a security of tenure on that in Bono, that you have the ownership? And if that's the case, because you mentioned that you're about 200 and something, how does that work? How the allocation for the security of tenure for that ownership? Just for me to can get the clarity of the operations of, if you have a challenge and you have a security of tenure, how possible is it that you can use that? But other than that, the support from the province, do you have the support from the province or from the government? And then if not, have you reached out to them to can assist and try to see how can they assist you? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Bono, would you like to respond?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, ma'am, for the questions. So Bono is a strategic partner in these farms, and these are plus farms. So there is basically no security other than the lease that you have there that is not recognized by any financial institutions. So we basically have nothing. The 30 million that I used previously to develop these farms is the money where I used Bono as a strategic partner, Bono as a security to get that. And then I also had to buy a guarantee from a guarantee company. So that means I had to pay somebody to buy or to pay a company that can give me guarantee so that I can give that guarantee to the bank. So, yeah, so that's the difficulty that.
There is a follow-up.
Yes.
It's such a complicated system for your survival. And now maybe if you can advise on whether the department, the engagement of the department, have you reached out? Because when coming to, and I need to be corrected by the department if I'm wrong, for the rural development, they've got also on their APP, they've got the the food security target that they do have, of which I think you will fit in well there, and the grants maybe that they can use. Did you reach out? And then if you did, what was the outcome from there for you to be able to get out of that complicated situation of the guarantees and the loans and the everything else?
Yeah. Thanks.
Yes, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I have tried by all means to reach out to the department, which I understand we are many. And the type of a lease agreement is a standard one. So everybody in a plus have the same type of agreement. I think that is what the department, the new minister, is trying to correct now by transferring land, for example. And I think initially that's why there is blended funding. But to me, it was not thought through because it still requires guarantee, which takes you back to the same problem. So provincially, I have also been applying through Casidra, for example, but you can only get probably 2 million, 3 million. It costs you 800,000 rand to plant 1 hectare of grapes. And it costs you 500,000 rand of working capital just in 1 hectare. So you can multiply 500,000 by 60 hectares. If you have 60 hectares, that's purely working capital. But if you want to plant 20 hectares, so that is 800,000 rand times 20, that's where it comes to. And that's basically planting. You still have probably 2 years to maintain that before it produces. So I think maybe I'm just saying this because you sort of also requested my input in this. This is purely the reason why I came here. I would have just said to him, look, I don't have any equity scheme, and I end there. But I think it is what you are doing. It's very important. Unfortunately, you don't seem to be getting support because I had thought all the farmers will be here and we'll look eye to eye and debate these things. I'll give you an example. You are talking about equity scheme. Equity scheme has land. That means you should not be having problems in securing funding. That's one. You don't have land in plus. And the list that is there, it adds no value. Banks don't even look at it. But here we are still standing, struggling, trying to do 1, 2, 3, trying to move. So in a gathering like this is where we are supposed to be talking facts and see how we also help this committee because we are deep in there. We can all sit here and discuss, but if you do not know how much it costs to plant a hectare, if you don't know how the market works, for example, but you sit and take a decision here, that won't help you. I keep giving an example. In South Africa, when we were negotiating with China, we sent probably deputy directors to negotiate with executives. China brings everything free here. But for us to export to China, the customs, the custom duties and everything that we have to pay. Because when they were negotiating, nobody knew about those things. So this is very important that a meeting like this includes all stakeholders so that we're able to tell you, this is what happens. One beneficiary said to me, do you know how much a truck costs when it gets out with a container? In my farm, we had 100 trucks that gets out. So that means it's a lot of money. So I asked him, how much is it? to what's your working capital per hectare? He can't tell you. These are things we need to confront, even as a committee, so that when you go and look at the books in those things, at least you know what you are looking at. Very few will tell you, but it's a protected industry. So you are not going to get that just like that. Ma'am, I said a lot, probably more than what you had asked. Yeah.
Well, thank you. We were listening with a very keen interest because you are actually touching the raw nerve of the whole operation, the whole enterprise, because our people have not been exposed, most of them have not been exposed to those facts. And that is why everybody looks at them as failures, as they've been given land and they are failing to produce. But the real issues that would enable them to be able to produce are not being discussed. They are not being attended to. So that is what we are trying to unravel so that we actually know exactly how we can actually be of assistance to our people so that they use land to actually impact on their livelihoods. Until that happens, then everything else is actually not worth any paper that is written on. Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Bonner. We really appreciate you. We have educated all of us here. It's a very, very costly enterprise, that one. It's yeah, but it's necessary because we can't have land that is failing to sustain our living. Thank you. Sorry. Well, I don't know which forte you're talking about. The pre or post degree enterprise. Honorable members, Honorable Adams asked questions, but they were directed mostly to the department.
Yeah, there's a hand online.
Or there are also people online who would like to pose questions. Maybe, Honorable Member, may I allow those who are online to also participate through asking questions before I give you the second bite on this one?
And the member that is raising hand, Honorable Crown Prince, which member is it, maybe?
Do we know who is actually wanting to?
Chair, I can answer that one. I introduced myself that I'm sitting on behalf of Honorable Madlala, and I'm from MK. I'm a member of parliament.
No, that's fine. Well, we can only, hear your voice, but not see you. That is our disadvantage this side. Honorable Member, you are on the floor. We are sorry about that.
Chair, here's my proof of life, as you can see. I'm busy traveling, but I'm able to interact. I've been engaging throughout the whole morning since up to now with the presentation. I'm going to switch off my camera now, but my voice will be visible. Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity really granted to have gone through this most intensive process of really the presentations and the inputs coming from various stakeholders. We really appreciate this opportunity. And Chair, I think these presentations bring to light the real problem that our people are facing in respect to one, in the farming industry itself, as well as this question of land relating to our people. Our people need land and they need access to land not purely for farming, but the restoration of their honor and dignity. That's the first premise that we start off from. Thereof, we then graduate to the level where then we create sustainable farming and profitable farming and industrial farming level. And when you hear this, Chair, the inputs that have been raised and major concerns and cries from the farming community, you realize that we're sitting with a big problem. One being that this scheme has been in existence for multiple years. There have been issues with regards to the scheme, and very little has been done in terms of making sure that the farm workers equity scheme is made to deliver what it had promised to our people. One, the objective main being that they would give farmers who are workers equity, ability to acquire equity in terms of ownership of farms in commercial farming enterprises, thereby doing the broadening for participation in agricultural economy and advancing and transforming the sector. This is a big failure. I want to ask one question. One, this scheme has been in existence for all these years. It is estimated that over 700 million has been spent for acquisition in terms of these programs of land. How many hectares or how many farms, let's simplify it, how many farms have been transferred so far on the program over to beneficiaries of the scheme, meaning the farm workers under the equity scheme? Secondary to it is, Chair, what level of prosecution has taken place? Because we can see here that there is a clear criminality happening under the farm workers equity scheme program. These monies are paid out to buy land, not to just make farmers participate in farming business. They are paid out to buy land, but inadvertently the money gets diverted to be given them into various other schemes except for buying land. And when these complaints were issued, and when it is stated that I think the Hawks have been investigating for over 5 years in terms of corruption, fraud, as well as maladministration of these funds, what has come out of that report in terms of all of that allegations on how farm workers have actually been taken for a ride? We want the full report from the Hawks on the scheme in terms of prosecution, cases opened, how many farmers who took the money for the program and did not transfer the land were prosecuted, and how many of them have been found to have been guilty for defrauding the scheme, and how many of them are in prison today, so that our people who were robbed of the investment can be given back the restoration of their equity in those farms. We would like to also understand, Chair, that this is a government financial support scheme to facilitate the acquisition of equity for farm workers in commercial agricultural enterprises. Yet, the people that are meant to be beneficiaries were literally treated. I mean, it was so sad watching the presentation where farm equity scheme where the beneficiaries were paid 1,000 rand. And one other gentleman stated it very clearly that these companies have made in excess, one company in excess of over 650 million, but they only paid farmers 1,000 rand who were trying to acquire an equity into this scheme. It shows you that there's a huge level of corruption as well as literally fraud that has been happening on this fund. And we want to know what actions has been taken to make sure that these people are brought to account and that these farms are then ceded over and transferred over to the owners who are currently supposed to be farm owners today, who are Black people. The fact that the enterprise has failed, the objective was to buy the land. What is the other question is, what is the participation in terms of enterprise ownership of this scheme? Where do these farm workers participate in these enterprises? Are they part of management? Are they part of general labor? Or are they just a community which holds a scheme and are not given access into operations of the business in terms of that commercial farming schemes, agricultural enterprises? Where is their participation level? The other level of questioning is to talk about skills development and improved livelihoods. Can we really find a report, Chair, from the committee's point of view that says this is the amount of skills that were created since the inception of the scheme till today? What has been the impact in terms of improved livelihoods? How many people gained jobs, full-time jobs, part-time work, as well as seasonal work in the farming industry? How has that improved their lives? These companies already have bursaries, they have housing schemes. How has that made an impact into their lives? The broadened ownership in agriculture. What is the current percentage as we are talking today, since you've heard all the complaints of all the farm workers who are participating in schemes and have been complaining that they have not achieved targeted objectives, and the scheme has just been actually been used and looted and stolen from, and unfairly so? What is the level of broadened ownership in agriculture of Black people today since the introduction of the scheme? This is a soft issue, but I think it can be answered. You know, Chair, when you started, it was painful to hear that you invited there's scheme controllers, the stakeholders who were supposed to come and present today, and they didn't arrive at your meeting. And you asked the question, should we subpoena them to the meeting or should we leave them out? I think the committee should take a strong committee resolution that these farmers who have taken these monies, have not transferred equity, should be subpoenaed onto the committee. Failure to which they should then be called in for questioning and should be taken on to further criminal prosecution for failure to appear at the committee and to be held accountable. We want to treat everybody fair. Anybody who does not appear on several occasions, if they're subpoenaed to a committee, they already engage in criminal activity, and as such should be taken to further law, and we let it now, the law take its own course. That is one of the things that we want to do, and we would like the committee to take that consideration to say failure to actually respect the integrity of this committee. What should be the next step if they are subpoenaed and do not appear? We want that answer on this question so that we know that people can be held accountable. When we say we are equal before the law, all of us are equal before the law and gets actually held responsible and accountable for the law. The challenges and the criticism is very strong, Chair. You have seen it. The limited beneficiary participation in terms of management and decision making, poor access to financial information, issues of irregular and absent dividend payments. Can we get a report on all those issues? What is the status of dividends that have been paid out to all the beneficiaries? What has been the irregular absent payment of dividends, reasons, etc.? We want to know what is the status in terms of the weak governance and oversight mechanism. There was a reputation that, Chair, you have been to some of the sites, you know about it, but the committee has not acted. From an oversight point of view, we should blame ourselves as members of parliament now for having failed the people and ask ourselves, what have we not done right now, where we're still sitting and there is a continuing problem in respect to our farm workers equity scheme that we should have honored. This is a social pact that we have towards our people. And as a committee, we have failed, Chair, unfortunately. And I think we need to do better on that level. On the continued socio-economic vulnerability of these beneficiaries that
May
have
I
now
ask the
not had
honorable
an opportunity
member to wind
to wrap
up?
up. I am wrapping up, yes, Chair. I'm finishing up. In conclusion, political conclusion, Chair, we would like to see our people own land. We would like to see our people have equity in land. And we feel that we have failed them. I'm not going to say yourself because it is not your doing, but the department as well as the state has failed our people. And we are saying that, can we have people held responsible, and heads must roll and people must be held accountable. And in conclusion, we congratulate the farmers that came out today who are part of the farmers equity, workers equity scheme, who came forward to bleed out their hearts. We say we are sorry for failing you and we would like to serve you better as South Africans and as your public representatives. That for me is my concluding remark, Chair. And thank you so much. And we would like to hear the responses to the question.
Well, thank you, Honorable Member. I'm sure the department has taken note of all the questions that you have asked. As we had explained earlier, that the department was invited to observe these proceedings here, and their day is next week, where they would actually come up with comprehensive, responses to questions that were directed at them. So I want to extend an invitation to you, Honorable Member, to be present at our next meeting to hear your questions being answered to. And can I hand over can I actually give this opportunity to Honorable Nana?
Chair, no, thanks. I think we will be making a mistake if we don't correct the honorable member. The honorable member is new in the committee, and yet he is accusing this committee of basically sitting on its hands when it comes to equity schemes. That cannot be further from the truth. Immediately when this committee was returned to by the Speaker, alerting us to the petitions from various schemes, as the leader of this committee, you acted on it. That is why we went to the Western Cape. That is why we went to the Eastern Cape. That's why we went to the Northern Cape. So I really wouldn't want, because this thing is broadcasted, I wouldn't want us to leave this meeting thinking that these members have these people. It's not true. At least, yeah, maybe let me start with that. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Maseko, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, Chair, and just to relation to what Honorable Member has said, another thing is that we are busy dealing with the issue of the petition. So some of the questions that he did raise, the ideal thing is to send them for the written questions or maybe the research. If the focus can be on what is in front of us, so that when the department comes, they are not all over the show about the responses that have to bring. We focus on the issues that have to do with their petition so that we can have a way forward in the recommendation and to have a conclusion on the petitions as it was directed to us from the Speaker. So I'm trying to get us so that we are within the boundaries of this petition for the ease of operations from the department's side. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Honorable Maseko. Indeed, we are here as a result of the petition that the Speaker referred to us. In fact, the petition was not even directed at us. It was directed to the Honorable Speaker, who then sent it over to us. And then we immediately acted on that. And what we are doing now is actually still part of our response to the petition the Speaker sent to us. Because very soon, petition has time frames. So we have at some point wind up our deliberations on this matter and prepare a comprehensive report to send back to the Speaker. So some of the questions that had been asked and comments made were not really relevant to this process. That is why I was actually saying to others that as much as we appreciate their contribution, but they're not helping us because we are at the stage of looking at the way forward. We had hoped that the commercial farmers or the strategic partners in these equity schemes would be here so that we were able to interrogate and exchange, ideas with them. And seeing that we could not find that opportunity when we went out in these provinces. So now that they are still not here, I think now it is the matter that the committee would need to apply its mind on and see what the way forward would be in relation to that specific matter of of the equity scheme partners having not been, who have not responded to our invitations. So there are instruments, legal instruments in Parliament to deal with such cases. So we would need to apply our minds whether we need to invoke that or not. But having said that, honorable members and our dear fellow South Africans, our major interest in this is the initial investment that Parliament made in the equity schemes. We were told by the department that 700 million rand was initially planted into these schemes when they were started. But somewhere along the journey, the department somehow, dragged their feet. So hence the petition. So we are actually wanting to know exactly, we are interested to see progress. We are interested to know what actually happened to this money, how it has actually helped our people. So that is our interest in the main. And also the interest of seeing our people actually benefiting from the initial investment that was made. So that is why we, besides being our duty, our constitutional mandate, but individually, so we have a keen interest in seeing the benefits, the returns on this investment. What we've been hearing on our visits is nothing to write home about, because in some instances, this money has been turned into some kind of money-making scheme, which is not helping our people. So those are the issues that when we sit down as a committee and then we put together a report, would actually be interrogating and looking at. And then we'll hand the report over to the speaker. I'm sure she knows she will actually then follow the due processes as outlined in the rules of Parliament. So on that, I just want to thank our people for having come to listen and also to observe these deliberations. I want to thank the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister for actually logging in on this meeting, also to observe and to listen, because this is basically what we came here for as members of Parliament, to listen to the organizations and also to interact with you with a view to coming up with an informed position as this committee, having interacted with relevant organizations. On that note, thank you so much, DG. We welcome you warmly. This is a warm family, but also a very robust family. They want to see nothing but work and work being done. And we are hoping that that is going to be the basis for our relationship with your office. Thank you, Honorable, our NGOs, and please keep it up, look after our people, and be their voices. Yeah, we do benefit a lot from your inputs, and your presence in situations like this. On that note, I would allow our visitors to take leave, and the committee will remain behind. Thank you. Hey. Now, Asnayo, we don't have the quorum now.
We can't decide.
if you can default by saying we are not a quorum, izobulala the whole work yanamhlanje yonke.
Oh, okay.
Chair, we are new, so till now we don't know those rules. We are learning now.
Welcome, sir.
I'm advised by the secretary that there are 3 online, and therefore we do actually make a quorum. So can we then have the presentation of the third term program? Can we have it flighted on the screen for the benefit of those who are online? Well, the secretary has got the program, can actually present it.
Afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, honorable members. Our third term program. Today is the 5th of August. It was our first meeting, which we were dealing with a stakeholder engagement on equity schemes. Next week, the 12th of August, we will be dealing with an engagement with the Minister, Deputy Minister of Land Reform, and senior provincials on equity schemes, particularly Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and Northern Cape. And on that meeting, Chair, we've also invited the Land Bank to attend that meeting, Chair. And then our next meeting will be the 19th of August. It's monitoring the provision of legal service to labor tenants, where we'll be getting a briefing from the Legal Aid South Africa. And Wednesday, 26 August, we will be considering our report on equity schemes. I thank you, honorable members. Yeah, Chair, just to add, the parliamentary third term program only allows us to work on August only. So we only have 1 month to work, which is August. So we can't, yeah, thank you, Chair.
Well, it's understandable because after the proclamation, which I believe would be made very soon, Friday, then IEC timeline will kick in. So we are going to be in and out even during this month, but I suspect that the Parliament will rise somewhere around the end of August to allow parties to go out on full-scale campaigning. So honorable members will do well to understand that our program could be very crowded because we want to cover as wide a field as possible in a very short space of time. Yeah, I also remember that there is a matter that Honorable Nana actually raised, that is in relation to the development around, what is it, Land Bank, West Bank, in the Eastern Cape. We met some representatives from the West Bank in the Eastern Cape. So he had wanted to know what kind of progress has actually been made around that one. But he's here, he can actually articulate his.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, colleagues will recall that when we met the delegation from East London, the West Bank people, there was a proposal there was a proposal to say we need to invite Buffalo City Municipality, Department of Human Settlements, and the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development under one roof, and we deal with the issue of West Bank. And your response, Chair, was that we will finalize the proposal when we get to Parliament. So the letter I wrote to you was informed by those issues. Thank you.
Well, that's the reason why I'm raising this matter now, because we are discussing the program and to see jointly where we can actually slot that one in. Even though we have a crowded program like this one, we committed ourselves that we were going to look at this matter when we got back here. So I would also get the guidance from the table staff to find out where can we find an opening, if there is any, to actually where we can slot in this one. I remember that this matter has been outstanding for more than 20 years. I was still a toddler.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to find out on the issue of the monitoring provision of legal services to labor tenant applications versus the West Bank, which is urgent for us to can deal with, to use the date of the 19th. I'm throwing back to the members to look at it, because the West Bank, we made a commitment that we will do that very soon.
Dr. Manensa.
So, thanks. I'm not, okay, look, to assist there on the 19th, that matter concerns a case that you will remember, which has been a priority for the committees in Nkambule. So, but it's not in Nkambule only. Remember when the special master came to the committee, he said there are cases that are, to use this word, court ready, but legal aid doesn't have money. A department has not been giving money because they say legal aid, and legal aid now uses internal staff. So chairperson will tell you how many times Nkambule calls. So if we were to rank them in terms of priority, I think they are all priorities. So it's Nkambule and others there. And that day we'll receive presentation from Legal Aid, Department of Land Reform, and the Special Master. So we have that. I think that day will be full. I don't know how parliamentary program looks like. I don't know if we can sit the whole day. But on the 26th, it's consideration of the report of the work we are doing, if members are agreeing. because there was a discussion here about these equity partners that they haven't shown, and even in our engagements, Chair, we have met very few. My concern, which I believe is a concern for everyone, is the petition. It's long overdue. And if we are going to wait, we will wait until I don't know, because it seems once you go to subpoena, it's a legal process. So when members decide, they must also know. So there's that day of consideration of the report. If we consider report, normally considering report, unless there are really differences, within 1 hour, 1 hour and a half we can. But yeah.
Honorable Nana.
Okay, so if that's the case, can I ask on the engagement of this coming with the department? Let me see. Okay, Member Nana, we'll get into this one. I was saying that we are going to engage with the department next week. So if we can check if we can stretch the day so that after that day, we know that we have only the time to sit to just make a recommendation. Then we know that recommendation will exactly take an hour on the 26th. Then we can use the other time for the West Bank if possible. You get what I mean? So everything, every interaction, every person that has to do the submission, next week it has to be everybody that has to do that. Then the 26th, we just do the recommendation and we continue with the West Bank, which will allocate to 1 hour and then add with that. I think that can be manageable if we do it that way, unless, I don't know.
Chair.
Nana or Honorable Nana?
No, you can finish with Dr.
Okay,
Menendez.
yeah.
So what is that next week when we deal with we receive inputs from the department. Loise should check if the committee can't stretch and sit and have its own deliberation about what it has found throughout the country, what should be going into recommendations, tie loose ends, so that then we can go and write the report. On the day of the report, straight to recommendations. And from our side, we will try and circulate well in advance so that members who have issues can write back. And if there are issues that needs consensus, when we present, we will highlight them and say, these are the issues that members must engage. Thank you.
Chair, my hand is up.
Yes. Okay, it's your turn.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, Chair. I think I did respect the quorum earlier when there was an interjection in relation to our inputs, and I did respect the members highly so. But I think in the spirit of a committee, some of these things should not be, when a member presents their constitutional view, it should not be interpreted by another member answering on behalf of a committee. So some of those things, because we are decorated members, we really are respectful, but I don't think it should be the culture. Our perspective and view, even if I say a point of this matter, it's not upon a committee member to come and correct our views, but we are highly respectful. We respect Honorable Nana and the other co-member, but it should not be the culture of a committee to interpret each other's views, because we have a standing and we have a privilege that we should be granted. They can talk on their views and they can deliberate. So it's an incredibly, erroneous process to be allowing such. I didn't want to be disrespectful. I'm an extremely respectful person. Rizwab Hoshing and Ratompa and Rotompa Kudu. So these issues should actually be articulated too. We all have different views, but we are all here collectively agreeing that our perspective should be respected and should not be actually ventilated, because we can drag the committee to a complete discourse of really rowdiness if we are to take each other in that sense. We are not here to be corrected by other members of other political parties. We have our own privilege and standing, and we are very clear about our points and views. And we're not here to be challenged by people who have no clue what we are referring to and talking about. Honorable Nana knows we are colleagues. I love him and I respect him a lot. I just wanted to.
I like the
Thank
latter
you, Chair.
part. I like
Tlhompho
your
fela ka
latter.
tlhompho.
I like your latter part of your contribution. That you love Honorable Nana, you respect him, and
And I got tlhompho, Chair. Ke tlhompho. What's what I kept quiet out of respect.
No, I wouldn't want us to engage in a dialogue on this matter, Chair, except to say if it came across as being undermining, it was not my intention, and I apologize for it too. He's all right. We get along very well together. It was never the intention, but really the point I was trying to caution against is letting people live with an impression that we have done nothing about their matter. That was the point that I was trying to put across. If it came the other way around, me and you will have coffee when we're back in Parliament, you know, most. No disrespect meant to you, Mfowethu. On the issue of Honorable Maseko's proposal, I want to support the proposal, but the flip side to it is that I'm looking at the program next week on Wednesday. It's the 3-line whip, because it's oral questions to the Deputy President. They are and it's virtual. It is not going to work. Chair of chairs will not grant us permission to go beyond our usual allocated time, because it's a 3-line whip next week. So if I can amend Honorable Maseko's proposal to say next week it's out, and then the following week we have because following week it's questions for oral reply, and it's cluster 3, which is governance. We can take a chance because it's not a 3-line whip. We can take a chance and deal with the issues that you would have lifted and dispense of those, so that on Thursday, or on the last Wednesday of August, which is the 26th, we will go straight to recommendations, and then thereafter entertain delegation from the Eastern Cape. I wonder if I'm making sense. My amendment is only on the two, because my Claudia said let's do it next week. I'm saying Chair of Chairs will not allow us, so we should rather do it the week after. Thank you.
So the proposal is, the amendment to the original proposal is that we do not actually consider next week, but we take a chance on the following week. Honorable Adams, you may use your mic.
Sorry, Chair. With respect to the proposal of Honorable Manana, I also open my program for next week. On the 12th, is correct, is the questions to the Deputy President. It's a 3-line whip, but it will be virtual on the 12th. And also the 26th of August, 24, 25, 26. Yeah, it's also on the 26th, it's the committees, and then it's Chief Whips Forum, it's also virtual. So we can maybe use the 26th, but on the 12th is virtual.
The 12th of
August.
the 12th of August is next week.
Yes.
So the honorable member is actually is of the view that the 12th of August could still work to accommodate the. Or you supporting the proposal that
Yes.
Honorable Nana? Okay, no, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Honorable Member. Yeah, because the alternative would be to look at one Friday, where we would be, I believe, have ample time to actually deal with that matter. I think that would be an option that would be open to us to explore if that week actually does not work. Then we identify one Friday, invite West Bank people, and then deal with that matter once and for all. We could also piggyback on that one in respect of other matters that we could not find space for in our program, and put them on that Friday. Because surely after August, then there will not be any time available for us to deal with such matters. We could actually even have a virtual meeting on Friday, if we are compelled to actually choose Friday. But let's focus on what we have agreed on first, and see how it pans out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I believe it's doable. We will be able to manage our time better in order for us to slot in this item. So you will start the process of inviting the relevant people.
Okay. So just to recap, so we get it clear. On the date will be, what date will it be? That Wednesday, the 19th, isn't it? The 19th. So the 19th, 2 o'clock. Or this meeting with West Bank. Same meeting.
No, the proposal is next week is out, Chair. So remember what Honorable Maseko proposed, that in order to shorten our meeting in dealing with the committee's report, we should steal some time next week. And after we've dealt with the department next week, she was saying we should steal some time and deal with issues that we want reflected in the committee's report. So that when we come on the last Wednesday of August, which is the 26th, we don't go through the process of lifting out issues, debating issues. You guys would have come up with a report. You will go straight to recommendations. That will take us about an hour. And then after an hour, we then entertain West Bank. So the proposal as it stands, next week is out. We don't think the chair of chairs will allow us to go beyond our time. So the discussions about what will be contained in the report will be moved to the 3rd Wednesday of August, after our meeting with whoever our meeting, or I mean, on that Wednesday. And then the last Wednesday of August, which is the 26th, we then spend an hour deliberating on the recommendations. Thereafter, we close that one, we invite them in. Sure.
I think the writer to that is, are we saying that those meetings, will all our meetings be physical or virtual? That's another consideration. All.
I wanted to check.
Because we should also be mindful of our budget. I mean, in view of our intended study tour to India, and we should actually do whatever it takes to save our budget for that trip. If yeah, I remember that when we planned this program, was that today and next week, because we are meeting with the minister and the department, would be physical. Then after that, we could actually consider having virtual meetings. But I'm not sure about the last one, where we would be having the West Bank people. That would it not be ideal for us to have a physical meeting with them? I suspect so, given the fact that that would also be our last meeting, probably even in the year. Yeah.
Chair, if I may, I want to suggest that KGS is very good with those options. She can choose, not the so expensive option when it comes to catering. I mean, I'm sure sometimes we can do with basic stuff, tea, coffee, scones, particularly if we'll be ending at 1. It could be a different scenario when it comes to the West Bank, because people coming from afar, we might, want to be hospitable to them. But yeah, I do take the point that we need to save as much money as possible. And the meeting about the West Bank, I would really want to propose that it be physical. It would be the first time we engage on the matter with Buffalo City Municipality and the Department of Human Settlement, and that eye contact, that touch becomes key, and you are even able to read people's body languages as you engage. I can promise you, Chair, it can be a very combative meeting, knowing the leadership of Buffalo City Municipality. It won't be an easy meeting. Thanks.
I think those are the logistics that the support team will actually have to work on, even to determine, to find out the size of the delegation from West Bank. Because I'm not sure whether we can expect a group as big as the one that we had today. And it's not necessary, actually. Yeah. So that takes care of the meeting on the 26th. Let us firm it up by saying it will be a physical meeting. Probably the one before that one could be virtual. Yeah. But next week's meeting is physical again, because we are having the minister and the department and the new DG. For the first time, he will be responding to some of the questions that will have arisen today and those that will be asked at that meeting Okay. So I want to get a proposal for the adoption of our program. Or do you want to say anything? Yes.
Sorry, Chair, to interject. I just wanted to find out, Chair, if we're inviting West Bank, are we footing the bill for them to come? Because we will have to, if we are saying they must come, I think Parliament pays for 1 or 2, I'm not sure, which will include accommodation and all of that, and looking at our budget also. I just wanted to put that on the table, Chair. Thank you.
But by the look of things, and Honorable Nana his expression is that they will be able to foot their own bill. Okay, a proposal to adopt the amended program. Honorable Adams. Oh, is there another? Okay. Thank you. And the honorable member right at the corner there, is it Honorable?
Chair, I second the honorable member with the amendments as proposed on the floor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That takes care of our third term program. The last item is the adoption of the minutes. There is a proposal for the adoption of the minutes.
There's a second at the far end,
Thank
honorable
you.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masego. I must also thank you, honorable members. We've just come back from a very long, constituency month, and at a very critical period of our political calendar, because we are preparing for elections, and some of our political parties have not finished the candidate nomination process, which is becoming very messy in some instances. So thank you for responding to the invite to attend the meeting. Thank you for those members who are online. The honorable member from MK Party.
Thank you, Chair.
Who came up with the very fresh and vibrant ideas. You had a long list of questions, and I had extended an
Chairperson, thank you also.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, you must thank me also. I've been here the whole morning in the back.
Baie dankie Egbare van Wyk. Thank you so much.
Chair, my questions were opening. You actually cut me in my introduction. I was still getting to the content.
Hey, I didn't know that those were preliminaries. You were still going to get into the meat of your contribution.
No, but we thank you for the indulgence, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Chair, in this committee, we've got an honorable Mtetwa problem. It looks like we have got another one in steroids now.
I hope you did not hear that. Okay, honorable members, the meeting is adjourned.